Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District February 12th board meeting. I am AESD Board President Juan Gabriel Alvarez, and I call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board is available to attendees. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 815-661-6236. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN o la clave 786-608-022 y la tecla numeral. Any member of the public has the opportunity to address the board in person during the agendized public comment session by 6:30 p.m. Let's start with board roll call. Starting to my far right, we have board member Julie Yip.
Here.
Board member Ryan Ruelas.
Hello.
Board member Mark Lopez.
Present.
Board clerk Jackie Philbeck.
Present.
Again, I'm board president Juan Gabriel Alvarez. Moving on to item 1B, public speakers for closed session agenda items. There's none, okay. And let's move on to adjournment to closed session. The board will, do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session? Oh, in our adjournment, we'll move on to the following items: public employment, certificate of management. Looking at I read those out loud, right? Right. Vice Principal, public employment, discipline, and dismissal and release. Conference with labor negotiator. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Ruelas.
Second.
Second, Philbeck. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of adjourning to closed session, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Okay, let's move on to closed session. Test. Test, test, test. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District February 12th board meeting. I'm AESD Board President Juan Gabriel Alvarez. I call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board meeting is available to attendees. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 815-661-6236. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN o la clave 786-608-022 y la tecla numeral. Let's begin with the flag salute. We have Superintendent Jesse Chavarria to lead us in the flag salute. Okay, moving on to introductions and roll call. Starting to my right, we have Board Member Julie Yip.
Hello.
We have Board Member Ryan Ruelas.
Hello.
Board Member Mark Lopez.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Board Clerk Jackie Philbeck.
Hello, everyone.
Again, I'm Board President Juan Gabriel Alvarez. To my left, we have Superintendent Jesus Chavarria.
Hi, everyone.
Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dina Melland.
Good evening.
Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Yadira Moreno.
Good evening.
Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, Matthew Slusser.
Good evening, everyone.
And to my right, we have Communications Coordinator, Belinda Gordillo.
Good evening, everyone.
And our Senior Administrative Assistant, Yesenia Mancha.
Good evening, everybody.
And then to the back, we have our wonderful interpreters. Is it Maria? It's Ana. Yeah, Ana Acevedo Diaz and Alina Avelar Garcia. Thank you for interpreting. And to the back, we have Carrie Robertson, Tony Rincon, and Rajazi Zavala, our technology support technicians. Welcome, everybody. All right, so report of closed session actions taken, and there are none. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ruelas.
Second.
Second, Philbeck. Any discussion on the agenda? All right, all in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, abstentions? Okay, passes 5-0. Let's move on. Moving on to special order of business, starting with AESD Mariachi Debut Showcase, Mark Anderson, Coordinator of Music, Arts, and Physical Education.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here tonight. This is the Showcase All-Star Mariachi Group for AESD. Give them a round of applause.
We are so excited to be here tonight. We do want to share that this was Superintendent Chavarria's first challenge to myself and Mark to put together this beautiful district all-star mariachi. So in October, we started the process of recruiting with our amazing music teachers that support. And this group of students represented from schools across the district meet once a week and practice with Christopher Rubalcaba, who is with Mariachi Heritage, with El Sol Mariachi de Jose Hernandez, and Crystal Hernandez, that work together with our music teachers, Christina Flynn and Grace Kwan, that is right there. And this is really 3 months. If you really think of 3 months, it's just like 11 practices. Just wait to what we have in store for April and May for you. So with that, it is truly an honor to have our students here representing and sharing part of our Latino culture with you, and they're gonna share a beautiful song, Cariño. I will let Chris share anything else, a background about the song.
Yes, like she said, we didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this. They had their very first performance before the winter break, and they asked us to learn 3 songs. We did 3 songs within a span of, 1 month? It wasn't a lot. We got back from winter break, and they said, okay, for this next performance, yeah, 4 weeks to learn 2 songs. We're like, okay, we'll try our best. But we know these kids are always up to the challenge, and they do a great job. And we hope you guys enjoy this song.
And before we begin, I just want to say thank you to the families who are committed to ensuring that your child has this opportunity and bringing them to us once a week for the extra enrichment. Thank you again to everyone who is involved, including our ELOPS FACE staff that supports the entire process. So with that,
Cariño que nació de la nada, sin saber se convierte en sublime obsesión. Tú eras para mí diferente, sin pensar que algún día tú serías mi amor. El tiempo te dirá la realidad y yo te adoraré una eternidad. Te quiero y no puedo negarlo. Si es preciso gritarlo, gritaré sin cesar. El tiempo te dirá la realidad y yo te adoraré una eternidad. Cariño que nació de la nada, sin saber se convierte en sublime obsesión. Tú eras para mí diferente, sin pensar que algún día tú serías mi amor. Cariño, cariño, cariño.
I know everybody's glad they came for that show, right? Nice. That was awesome. All right, next special order of business, we're moving on to the recognition of lifestyle cycles toy giveaway for Orange Grove and Patrick Henry Schools. Jesus Chavarria, superintendent, and Dr. Vidal Valdez from Orange Grove, the principal.
Good evening, Board President Alvarez, members of the board, parents, community, and a special invited guest. It is an honor to recognize a company that has shown incredible generosity and dedication to our community, Lifestyle Cycles. This evening, we want to acknowledge and celebrate Lifestyle Cycles for their incredible generosity and continued commitment to our students. This past December, for the second time, Lifestyle Cycles donated a bike or a toy to every single student at Orange Grove Elementary School. Not only did they do that, Patrick Henry, who is the neighbor of Orange Grove, they decided to include them as well. So thank you so much for that. Their kindness and dedication to giving back have created an unforgettable experience for our students and families. Beyond the joy of receiving a gift, this act of kindness reinforces an essential message that our community cares deeply about our children and their future. Lifestyle Cycles has gone above and beyond, and we are incredibly grateful for their partnership and unwavering support. To share more about the impact of this generosity to our schools, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Valdez, principal of Orange Grove Elementary, and Dr. Beeson, principal at Patrick Henry, who have some words to say to our generous donors. Dr. Valdez and Dr. Beeson.
Thank you, Superintendent Chavarria. Good evening, Anaheim Elementary School Board members, Superintendent Chavarria, esteemed cabinet members, and wonderful families of Anaheim. I'm here with Dr. Beeson. Come on up, Dr. Beeson. On behalf of the students, our outstanding teachers that are here, we see them. Thank you for coming out tonight. And definitely our families, we sincerely appreciate and express the gratitude and the time and space for us to give back and say thank you to a great partner and someone who cares deeply about our school and our kids. Today we want to celebrate what happened on December 14th, which is our second annual toy drive dedicated to bringing the joy and smiles to children and families across Anaheim. This event embodies the power of community and reminds me of the impact that we can make to the students of Anaheim. I put in there, speak from the heart. You know, growing up in Anaheim is not always easy, but when you see things like this happen, you want to give back. And there's nothing more memorable to give back to students, not only in education, but a bicycle and to the families. So at this point, I'm going to invite Dr. Beeson to share a couple words, and then a student, Hayden, and her dad, Mr. Walton, will come up. Come on up. Dr. Beeson.
Thank you, Dr. Valdez. I would just like to add to that well-said comment, just a comment on the generosity and commitment of Lifestyle Cycles and Junior and all of the volunteers that came that day. When they heard that Henry was going to be neighboring Orange Grove, there wasn't any question asked. They immediately joined us into this opportunity and experience, and our students and families are extremely appreciative of it. It brought brightness, joy, fun, and most importantly, bicycles to the holiday season, and we are grateful to be included. So thank you so much for all that.
We had many students, but Hayden Walton wanted to step forward and say a couple words to Lifestyle Cycles and express her gratitude.
Good evening. My name is Hayden Walton and Dad. I'm a 6th grade student at Orange Grove Elementary. I participate in school activities and classes, and after-school program at Orange Grove. We are here tonight on the behalf of Orange Grove Elementary to express our heartfelt thanks to Lifestyle Cycles for their incredible generosity during the Joyride toy giveaway in the carnival. This is my first year at Orange Grove, and me and my family feel so fortunate to have been part of such a special day. It brought so much joy to me and my family. My brother and I were so excited to get a bike. We had a fantastic time playing carnival games, exploring mazes, and eating delicious food, and visiting Mr. and Mrs. Claus. The motorcycle parade was absolutely amazing. It's such an unforgettable experience. The entire day created memories that my family and I will cherish forever. Thank you once again for your kindness and thank you for your kindness and your joy shared with us with the Orange Grove community. Thank you once again, Lifestyle Cycles, and have a good evening. Hayden, my family, in the Orange Grove.
I would like now to call Mr. Mark Koldnick. I just learned his full name because we always call him Junior. Come on up, Junior. Junior, bring up anybody who would like you have, because it's a team effort. Come on up here, guys. We wanted to present Lifestyle Cycles and appreciate them for their generosity. Thank them for their incredible support to the Joy Drive. Your generous donation of toys, bicycle, and endless time has brought joy and excitement to the children of Orange Grove and Patrick Henry. Through your kindness, many families have experienced the joy of receiving a bicycle and toy, creating lasting memories and spreading holiday cheer. Your contribution embodies the true spirit of giving, endless giving time, and we are deeply grateful for your partnership and making a meaningful impact with gratitude, with a heartfelt gratitude from Anaheim Elementary School District, Orange Grove Elementary, and Patrick Elementary. We present a plaque and then like a newspaper article that we cut out. There were so many newspaper articles that we just chose one. So thank you for everything. And And then this last, we're going to share, if we have a 5-minute video. Okay, a little shorter on the 5-minute.
Lifestyle Cycles, partnering with the Anaheim Elementary School District to make the holiday magic happen.
Les saluda Marcos Mora. Estamos en Anaheim porque mañana 14 de
So we do want to share with the board just a quick video of the event.
What do you want?
I want a toy.
Toy? Nice. So I can see you already got your bike, but why'd you want it?
Because I've already had toys at home.
Valid answer. So is this your first joyride?
Yeah.
Nice. So what's your favorite part of this joyride so far?
The what?
What's your favorite part of the joyride so far?
Me entering. Coming inside with a bike and see all the kids.
They're really excited.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you.
It's a great feeling. What's your name?
Good morning, Orange Grove. I'm here with...
Eileen.
And the Grinch.
Hello.
So did you already get what you wanted? What'd you get?
A scooter.
Nice scooter. So, is this what you wanted before everything?
Yeah.
Nice.
Sergeant Atkinson.
Wow. Sergeant, wow. So, what do you think of... So, what do you think about the event so far?
I think this is amazing. It's an amazing turnout. Junior from Lifestyle Cycles just puts on an amazing benefit for all these kids, and it's awesome.
So, did you guys already go through and get the toys yet?
No.
So, what are you guys hoping to get?
I'm hoping to get a bike.
Nice. You?
I'm gonna look for a bike. Yeah.
A bike's a very good option. And hope you guys enjoy it here. What have you guys done so far?
We have. I have been into almost all of the carnival games. We got a lot of prizes.
Is that why you have so much lightsabers in your backpack?
Yeah.
And what about you?
Right now I just ate, and I already went to the maze right here, and I'm hoping I get to do another carnival game.
Nice. Well, nice talking to you guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to recognition of Disneyland Resort Workforce Grant donation. Jesus Chavarria, Superintendent.
So back again. So we do have another partner that we want to recognize this evening. I have the pleasure of recognizing a valued partner that has made an incredible impact on our schools. Disney, through their Workforce Development Grant Program, Disney has consistently invested in the arts education in Anaheim Elementary, helping to foster creativity, skill building, and career readiness for our students. This year, through their generosity, ASD has received a $100,000 grant to support instrumental music education. This funding will provide much needed instruments, music stands, and chairs for approximately 900 sixth grade students across 8 elementary schools, ensuring that every student has access to the tools they need to develop their musical talents. Over the years, Disney has provided $300,000 in funding supporting Broadway Bound, mariachi education, and you heard our mariachi tonight, as well as instrumental music. Disney's continued commitment to the arts helps open doors for our students, giving them opportunities to explore their creativity and develop skills that will benefit them for years to come. We are incredibly grateful for their support in bringing high-quality arts education to Anaheim Elementary School District. I also want to take a moment to recognize and thank the Disney team members who are here with us tonight. So I would like to invite up those members joining us today, and I want to recognize you with the certificate award. So I believe we have Kim Chips, Jennifer Monroy, Sarah Rania, and Raul Aquino Rojas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raul Aquino Rojas, and I am one of the Disney ambassadors of Disneyland Resort for 2024 and 2025. I have the honor and privilege of representing the over 36,000 cast members at the resort that make it the happiest place on earth. And I, first of all, want to thank you, esteemed board members, staff members, for inviting us out here today to celebrate this occasion. Music and arts are super important in our schools. I know personally for me, it made a huge impact, me growing up through high school, elementary school, middle school. I remember being in high school and learning the piano and having that be the catalyst for so many different things in my life. I even wrote about it in my application to UC Berkeley and was one of the main reasons I got accepted to that school. So the impact that music and the arts have had in my life is something that has shaped who I am and shaped my career throughout my life. And so with that, late last year, we had an opportunity to fund an instrumental music program for sixth graders at 8 elementary schools in the district as part of Disneyland Resort Community's Workforce Development Initiative. The grant is being used for instruments, music stands, and chairs to provide students with the opportunity to play different types of instruments. And we are thrilled to be here tonight to provide you with a $100,000 check to support this instrumental music program. Thank you so much again for all you do for the students here in Anaheim, and we are so honored to be a part of their musical journey. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, moving on to news and updates, starting with parent leadership group updates. First, we have PTA President Maritza Bermudez, who will be providing an update on behalf of PTA.
Good evening, Board Member Alvarez and rest of the board and cabinet. My name is Maritza Bermudez. I'm the Anaheim Elementary Council PTA president for this school year. Again, like every month that I've been coming, thanking for the partnership, for the support that we get, for using the facilities, childcare, and interpretation is really helpful, and that we have this ongoing partnership. Thank you to Ms. Felbeck for joining our meetings whenever possible, and also Mr. Chavarria and Dr. Yadira Moreno. I did want to take a moment and read a statement that was released by our California State PTA last month, in which we shared at our last association meeting that we had this past January. And it reads as this: as we start a new year, we are reminded that as California State PTA, we are united in supporting all children and families. Our members represent the great diversity of California. We speak many languages. We celebrate many cultures and religions. We may call ourselves liberals or conservatives. As PTA members, we believe that whatever the background of a child and family, we are united in improving their health, welfare, and education. California State PTA first took a position on the rights and services for undocumented children and children of undocumented immigrants. In 1994, since then, PTA has consistently defended the right of every child to a quality public education, adequate food and shelter, and basic health services. Our position statement affirms that schools are meant to be safe spaces where children can learn and grow without fear. Likewise, schools must be safe places for families to support their children's education. It is in the interest of all Californians to ensure that all children can reach their full potential and become productive members of society. Access to free public education is the most effective method of securing this opportunity and should not be denied to any child. In recent guidance to schools, the California Attorney General underscores that both federal and state law supports these PTA beliefs. The law says that schools must provide free public education to all students, regardless of their immigration status and regardless of the citizenship status of the students' parents or guardians. We know that many of our communities fear and are anxious about the future of our children and families. Because of concerns for their safety and well-being, we are sending guidance to all the hundreds of thousands of PTA members in California. We aim to help you understand students and family rights and identify where help is available if needed. With that, I just wanted to say thank you for the position that you've taken to help in supporting our families and for providing also resources and to providing welcoming spaces and that we are here to work together. So I'll be sharing those links. I think I've already shared it with Yadira and Mr. Chavarria in the update that I gave for our PTA. But I will share just more resources and tools that we have to provide for our families. So thank you, and thank you for the ongoing support. That's all I have today.
Thank you. Next, we have Gabriela Marquez Ruiz providing an update for PLI.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriela Marquez, and I am a first-year PLI parent leader from James Madison Elementary School. I have 2 boys there that are in 4th grade, and 1 is in kindergarten. And the Parent Leadership Institute has been meeting monthly at Key Elementary, and most recently completed 2 training sessions to support our us parent leaders. Ms. Rosie Chavez provided us with knowledge on the zones of regulation at our last PLI meeting on February 4th. And we learned about the zones and how to support children, adults, and ourselves with emotions. Most importantly, we were able to get more familiar with this to help us when PLI parents facilitate parent workshops on SEL. On January 13 and 14, we attended two-day parenting trainers of trainers, and PLI parents and faces from all 23 sites were trained on the 6-week parenting curriculum that we will use to facilitate the workshops at our sites on the coming weeks. Miss Anna and Miss Yesenia were our district trainer of trainers, and they did an amazing job just providing opportunities for us to learn hands-on from the lessons of the program. And thank you so much for Miss Felbeck for attending and visiting us during our training. We really appreciated that. And in the fall, the PLI parents collaborated with their faces to facilitate the 10 educational commitments. And now in the spring, we will support the facilitation of the 6-week series of parenting partners. At one of our PLI meetings, Ms. Laura Houston presented on Mendez versus Westminster School District. And in November, we took a PLI trip to the new Mendez Tribute Monumentum Park in Minster. And through this, we learned that the impact we have as parents in our children's education and how advocacy makes history. We thank you again for supporting us and for your time and attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, association updates, there are none. Okay. And then district news and updates, we have Belinda Gordillo, communications coordinator, to present district news and updates.
Good evening, Board of Education, Cabinet, and guests. My name is Belinda Gordillo, and I'm going to be sharing the news and updates with all of you. So on January 21st, we had our NAM Davis service that was hosted at Westmont Elementary. And this is a yearly event where NAM professionals come and they talk to our students, they lead workshops, and they encourage our students that are interested in the music for music careers. And we had 80 AESD students participate. And then we also had 20 students that joined us from Anaheim Union High School that were also in some type of a music program or band program at AUHSD. And they were also able to talk to these industry professionals. So we're very grateful to NAM for joining us and for their generous donation as well. And then on January 28th, Roosevelt Elementary School celebrated Lunar New Year. This is the second year that they do this, where they have a performance from their kindergarten Mandarin class. And so the students performed, they sang songs in Mandarin and participated in other activities. And then in addition, they had a very special lion dance performance for everyone to enjoy. So the whole school and parents and everyone was invited. So that was a very special day. The students also all received red envelopes with chocolate coins. So that was a special treat for them. And and then also Stoddard had a Lunar New Year event as well. And they had a special performance with the lion dance performers. And we want to thank our Stoddard PTA, who actually made this possible and sponsored and organized this event along with the staff of Stoddard. And then on January 30th, our Expanded Learning Opportunities program hosted a family night at Ponderosa Elementary. And the event kicked off Black History Month and celebrated cultural diversity through arts, craft, and music. And we had performers from the Conga Kids also join us. So special thanks to all of our ELOP staff and our staff at Ponderosa and our several board members who joined us that day. And then on February 1st, we joined the Westminster Tep Parade, and we had performances from our Lincoln Elementary drumline and our Expanded Learning Opportunities Cheer Squad. And so we're thankful to them for their awesome performances. We also had board members and cabinet join there, as well as a lot of parents supporting. So that was a fun day. And the very same day, we had participation in the Anaheim Black History Parade. So some of our cabinet members went to the Westminster, and then the other ones went to the Black History Parade in Anaheim, and same with our board members. And for this, we had our Anaheim Elementary showcase band. And so they also performed beautifully. And so it was a great day. We were in two places at the same time. And then this morning, we visited 2 teachers in honor of Teacher of the Year, and those were Laura Hastings. She's a 6th grade teacher at Orange Grove, and then we also surprised Megan Lee. She's a transitional kindergarten teacher at Loera, and their families also joined us, and we were able to surprise them for being the 2 selected for Teachers of the Year for Anaheim. So thank you for all the staff too that came to support. And also we wanted to let you guys know that Julia Rojo, she's from Thomas Jefferson, and Tara Robinson, she's from Westmont. They were both named Top Teachers of the Year for Parenting OC magazine, and they will be in the magazine next month. There was some other districts that also had some staff members that will be showcased, so look out for that. And then this past Monday, on Lincoln's birthday, Superintendent Chavarria joined St. Boniface community that has a lot of our families that were there, and he shared important resources available about safe and supportive measures. And we wanted to also let the community know we have a web page designed for that, and we've been sharing a lot of information to our families. And if anyone's interested in attending another presentation, there will be one tomorrow, February 13th at St. Boniface at 5 p.m. And then there's going to be one on Saturday morning, the 15th. And we wanted to also let you know that the first step for Patrick Henry reconstruction is underway, and we're in the pre-qualification and bidding process, and we're going to keep you posted. This reconstruction of the school, it usually, as you all know, it usually takes a couple years, about 2 years, but we've gotten started, and so we just wanted to let you know where we're at right now. And that's it. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to public speakers on agenda or non-agenda items. I have several. All right, so we're going to call up our first speaker, Masal Tepe Yolotzin. Hi. Sure, thank you. And just to let you know, you have 3 minutes. When we get to 1 minute left, we'll put up a yellow card for you, and then after you have 30 seconds left, after your time's up, you'll get a red card, just so that you know, okay? Thank you so much.
Said buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Masa. It's from the Deer Clan, Obsidian Knife Clan, Heart of the Mountain Clan. My people are known as the Mexicanos. We're indigenous to this land. This was Mexico, 1848. But we also reside on the land of the Tangwa, Hutugna, which is the river by Yorba Linda or 91 Freeway, Hutugna. I want to sing a song just for you, Dr. Paulo Macalas, and also Mr. Lopez. That everything aligns with the politics that's going on in this area. And our people that are being attacked by ICE. Para nuestra gente que está atacando el ICE. Ay, camote, ay, camote, oh, to, to, ay, camote, ay, camote, oh, to, to, ay, camote, ay, camote, ay, camote, oh, to, to, ay, camote, wey, yoko yane, nanantin, kwatle, kwe, and that prayer is just to bring us together, all colors of the human race. And I want to thank Senator Ramos. He passed a bill. This bill is called 1821 and 3074. And these bills, 1074, it's mandatory now to work with the local state recognized tribes in Orange County. And I thank Dr. Paulo Macalas when he was here. I wanted to come here, but I didn't have the time. But I want to thank you all that were here at that time that voted for that. And I recognize a few of you in Cheveria as well. Thank you guys. It's very important. Es muy importante que sepamos la historia de la gente nativa, incluyendo los mexicanos, porque los mexicanos somos nativos. Hablamos español, pero en el español que hablamos en náhuatl. Like the word chipotle, aguacate, Seattle, Atlantic, Atlanta, no es español. It's náhuatl. So we're native to this area, and I wish Trump could get a history class of Native American, Native Mexican, indigenous history. But on a good note, I also want to in a folder, there's a invitation. I know there's a Vietnamese New Year's, and now finally, for first time, the city of Anaheim gave us permission at Pearson Park, where Gigi, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant mural is at Pearson Park, to have Mexica New Year's Day. It's very important that we celebrate and work in solidarity as native Chicano, Chicana, indigenous peoples to celebrate, not indigenous peoples, but Mexica New Year's. Mexica New Year's is every March 12th or 13th. And the last thing, I have a couple seconds left. I see the yellow card. I've always wanted to say something about the school. I know we're changing the name of the school, the Collins. I already had a vision, a dream in the sweat lodge ceremonies that we go to. We fast, no water, no food for 4 days, 5 days. And I had a vision that that name of the school would come down, the colonists, because the colonists were the ones that came and killed the Native American tribes and beyond in this continent. The last part, changed the name of the school at Lincoln Elementary School, because the Dakotas, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. I support the black brothers and the colonists enslaved the African Americans, but there need to be a change of that school because Abraham Lincoln hung 38 plus 2 Dakotas. There's a video, a YouTube video of how they hung the Dakotas, and I had to learn that Native American history. I know it's a touchy subject. Thank you so much for your work.
Okay, our next speaker is James Howell.
Good evening, board members, good superintendent and president. I was actually here to see some of the children that I know in passing at schools, but I was moved to speak. I'm the owner of Sia Fitness, which is an enrichment program and an after-school program. I'm super grateful that we have this collaboration with Anaheim Elementary School District. The students get to experience a Walt Disney experience on a day-to-day basis when our coaches show up on a day-to-day. It's one thing for me to talk about it, but it's another thing for me to bring you to our world. So they're going to get ready to be the students, and I'm going to change into Mr. Boss, baby. You guys can just watch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 2 thumbs up. Down. Take it. Hit. Go. Hit. And freeze. And freeze. Everybody clap your hands. Everyone take a deep breath like this. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Everybody say, relax. I'm ready to learn. All right, boys and girls, you may take a seat now. Thank you. So this is what the students experience on a day-to-day basis with our Sia Fitness coaches. I just wanted to shine light that I'm super grateful for our partnership. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. Everyone, have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Margarita Campos.
Good evening, members of the board, colleagues, and community members. My name is Margarita Campos, and I'm a teacher in our Spanish DLI program. I'm here tonight to discuss the silent losses our students can endure when we force combo classes in dual language programs. In theory, it may seem like a simple solution, blend 2 grades, make it work, and keep moving forward. But in reality, we're gambling our students' education, and ultimately, they are the ones paying the price. Imagine a 6th grader preparing for junior high, eager to solidify their academic Spanish, sitting next to a 5th grader who's still mastering foundational skills. The teacher, already stretched thin, has to balance rigorous grade level instruction with remediation and differentiation simultaneously in 2 languages. The result? One group is held back and the other is left behind. In a program where language development is key, this isn't just a setback, it's a structural failure. We promise our students a pathway to bilingualism, biliteracy, and cultural competency. But when we create combo classes and dual language programs, we weaken that promise. The depth of discussion, the richness of academic language, the structured progression of literacy skills, all of it's compromised. DLI classes place a huge cognitive demand on students and teachers as they navigate two languages. Students' brains are enriched and strengthened with intentional language-rich learning experiences. This exchange demands focus and precise planning. Converting to combo classes would dilute the end result, which is producing proficient and fully bilingual, biliterate, and multicultural students. We should remain faithful to the objective and mission of the program so students don't receive fragmented instruction, less direct engagement, and fewer opportunities to develop the language they need to thrive. Combo classes will never be the solution. They're simply a shortcut. Instead, we should be focusing on the quality and foundation of our existing program. In DLI, where continuity and consistency are everything, that shortcut comes at a devastating cost. Because we truly believe in the power of bilingual education and want our students to succeed, we must stop treating DLI classes as interchangeable. They're specialized, they require structure, they demand investment. If we continue down this path, we're not just compromising a program, we're compromising our students' futures. I urge the board to prioritize the integrity of our existing DLI program by exploring alternatives to combo classes, whether through consolidating cohorts, relocating resources, or increasing recruitment efforts. We can find solutions that uphold the high standards our students deserve. Thank you for your time and commitment to supporting all students in our district.
Thank you. The next speaker, Denise Meza, Hijon, sorry. Yeah. And then I forgot to mention with Ms. Campos, I'm so sorry. It's 3 minutes, and once we get to 30 seconds left, you get a yellow card to give you a warning, and then when you turn the red, it's gonna be your time's up, okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, school board members.
Get closer, put your mic closer, yeah. Can you guys help her out? You're okay.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening, school board members. My name is Denise Mesa Hijon, and I come from Lincoln Elementary. Today, I'd like to talk about merging DLI classes. As you know, learning in two languages can be difficult. In creating DLI combo classes, there may be many inconveniences, such as big numbers of students and holding students back from their full potential. There are so many things to look into when combining grades that it's essential to investigate it. Let's take a closer look at what it would be like to have two different grades in the same class. To start, there would be too many kids with different learning levels in one room. This can be hard for a teacher to focus on each group of students. Many kids in one room can also cause a lot of problems, such as noise, side conversation, and fighting. This is a noise problem, and it can make it really hard to focus in class. Many students in one class can also lead to teachers taking up unnecessary amount of time with reviewing homeworks, grading assignments, and report cards. This is a problem that can make it really hard just in general to learn. Since every grade focuses on something different, it will only make it harder for each grade to focus on what it needs to focus on. Let's take 5th grade and 6th grade classes as examples. 5th grade contains a lot of testing, while 6th grade is focused on meeting all the requirements for the pathway word. Since each one would have to continue trying to focus on their goal, they would get lost along the way with the new changing events. Aside from just doing the pathway, 6th grade also has to start worrying about junior high and their upcoming events. Something other grades don't have to do. And with this setback, the grades can get lost and it can fall behind in learning. This goes for all grades. I'll cut straight to it. Combo classes are not a good idea. They can make it more difficult to not only teach but listen and learn. From kids and their noise levels getting out of control to teachers spending their time and stressing out, along with students missing on their assignments and getting the wrong information. Thank you, school board members, for listening to my concern about why DLI combo classes are not a good idea.
Thank you. Next, we have Isabel Loera.
Good evening, members of the school board, teachers, and community. My name is Isabel Loera, and I'm a proud fifth grader in our school's 90-10 dual immersion program. I am here tonight to talk about why increasing class sizes or creating combo classes in our program is not a good idea. First, I want to thank you for supporting our dual immersion program. Being bilingual is a gift, and I am grateful to be learning in 2 languages. But big classes or combo classes make it harder for students like me to succeed. Too many students, not enough support. In the 90-10 program, we spend most of our time learning Spanish, especially in the younger grades. This means that we need a lot of practice and support to learn new words, grammar, and subjects in another language. If class sizes grow too big, teachers won't have enough time to help each student, and some kids might struggle to keep up. Learning a second language is already challenging, and having too many students in one class will make it harder. Combo classes are not fair. In the combo class, teachers have to teach 2 different grade levels at the same time. That means students don't always get the attention they need because teachers need to switch between lessons in a dual immersion program. This is even more difficult because grade level has different language goals. A first grader learning Spanish for the first time needs a very different kind of lesson than a second grader who already has a year of experience. If they are in the same class, neither grade will get the best learning experience. Less speaking time, less learning. One of the most important parts of learning a language is speaking and practicing. When there are too many students, it's hard to get enough speaking time. We need small groups and individual attention to feel comfortable speaking Spanish. If we are in a large class or a combo class, we won't have as much chances to talk. Our learning will slow down. Students need to feel confident. Learning a second language can be scary. Classes are too big or mixed with different grade levels. Some students might feel too nervous to speak up. Smaller classes help us feel safe and supported, so we are not afraid to try. If we don't feel confident, we won't practice as much, and that will hurt our progress. Our program needs to stay strong. We are lucky to have a dual immersion program, but it only works if students get the right support. If classes keep growing or if combo classes are created, students might stop learning Spanish as well as they should. Some families might even decide to leave the program because it won't be as strong. That would be sad because being bilingual is so important for our future. A better solution. Instead of increasing class sizes or making combo classes, I ask you to find different ways to support our program by keeping class sizes small. Maybe we can have more teachers, students, teacher assistants to help. Find another creative solution, but please don't make it harder for us to learn by putting too many kids in one class or mixing grades. Thank you for listening. We are working so hard to become bilingual, and we need your help to make sure our program stays strong. I hope you will think about what I shared today and make the best decision for us all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Ezekiel Morales.
Hello and good evening, community and board members. Today I stand before you with a familiar request, one that I made nearly 6 years ago on a day just like this, to reconsider the idea of combo classes for our elementary school students. Currently, I attend Savannah High School. I'm a student in 10th grade and I am part of GLLA, the Global Leadership and Language Academy. I have good grades, discipline, and a hard work ethic. However, I'm proud to say I was once a student at Lincoln Elementary and completed from start to finish the dual language immersion program, from kindergarten all the way through 6th grade. I've given it some thought recently and I have come to the conclusion that I would not have been able to be in the position that I am currently in without the right instruction and teaching that was provided for me in the early years of my learning journey. As we all know, teachers play a crucial role in the learning of students. And while in high school, you get several teachers throughout the day, in elementary, you only get one. One teacher and one group of kids for the whole school year, with a teacher introducing the corresponding material for their grade level and knowledge. I remember my teachers would ask questions to the class and ask for participation for a topic that the whole class was covering. However, what would happen if you were to combine two classes together? But not only two different groups of students, but two different groups of students learning two different languages at two completely different learning age and maturity levels? The result, to say the least, it would be catastrophic. One teacher would have to accommodate a whole day's worth of lessons for two different groups of students in the same class and have to deal with the problems mentioned just now. It is not possible to put students, especially children, from even just 1 to 2 years of separation together in one class and expect the same outcome quality that we have been getting all of these years. They are too young and require the appropriate and corresponding attention needed for their age. That is why the school system has grade levels, so that teachers can appropriately teach their students according to their age and learning capabilities. I have learned so much through the set instruction that my teachers from elementary have given me, and I appreciate the lessons that I got at the time. Many would agree that the early years of elementary are some of the most important that a student goes through in their academic journey. The school system regarding grade levels is not broken, so please don't try and fix it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Adela Morales. Just a reminder, it's 3 minutes. When you have about 30 seconds left, we put up a yellow card to give you I was trying to say it in Spanish. I was getting advertencia to give you a warning. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and community. My name is Adela Morales, and I am a proud parent of 2 DLI students, one at Lincoln Elementary and another at Savannah High. I'm here tonight to address 2 things. 1, the journey of our DLI experience, and to voice my concern about combo classes. A few years ago, Lincoln's DLI program proposed and promised achievement in academics, social and linguistic proficiency in Spanish, leading to high levels of biliteracy. We enrolled our first child in the program as a non-Spanish speaker. Has it been successful? Absolutely. Our student was promoted with his Pathway to Biliteracy Award from Lincoln's second DLI class. He has since continued with DLI. Thanks to the linguistic and communication skills gained, he participated with leadership as a school ambassador, guiding tours, and was featured as a lead in his junior high school's highlights video. Academically, he has consistently maintained a 4.0 GPA. All of this, of course, is thanks to a strong support system and a solid foundation. A foundation laid by a great team of single grade DLI teachers at Lincoln. These teachers have shaped my children's present and future. However, I am deeply concerned that adding combo classes would compromise our children's spirit and development. Teachers would face significant challenges in lesson planning, all to accommodate the wide range of abilities and learning levels in 2 languages. Students would likely experience academic delays and social dynamics issues due to the ranges of maturity. Meeting every student's needs is difficult. For that reason, grades exist. With combo classes, I fear students may not receive the same level of attention they need and deserve. Combo classes cannot be the solution, especially when the cost is the well-being and success of our children. We've had a wonderful experience with Lincoln's DLI program with our oldest child, and we expect no less with our youngest. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker, Lizeth Barrios Gracian.
Good evening, board members. Buenas noches, familia de Anaheim. My name is Lizeth Barrios Gracian, parent of a current DLI student and parent of a DLI graduate, and I was a DLA teacher at Anaheim High School. I am here to ask you to reconsider the decision of having combo classes in the DLI program. I want to remind you that this generation suffered the learning loss of almost 2 years due to COVID-19. And it was a major setback, not only academically, but emotionally as well. Our students have yet to recuperate from this, and combo classes would yet be another blow to their academic achievement and their emotional well-being. As a parent, I have witnessed the extra work necessary to get my student caught up and be at grade level. This includes her bilingual skills. In a global economy, bilingualism is a priority and it should not be put in the back burner. As a former DLA teacher, I know the challenges of teaching in a dual language program, and it is twice the work of an English-only teacher. The amount of prepping, creativity, and analysis it takes to build lessons that will grow a student's academic language and writing skills in 2 languages is no small feat. Instead of talking about an increase of class sizes, we should be talking about stipends for the extra work of our amazing teachers. We are living very stressful times. Our nation's political climate is causing major stress on our families. Classroom teachers will see an increase of mental health concerns in our students. How will they manage if teachers are overwhelmed by the amount of students in a class? I will remind you that many of our students are still struggling mentally and emotionally because of the 2020 COVID crisis. As teachers, we know that class size has an impact. All studies point to smaller class sizes equaling to student success. Are we educating our students to be successful professionals? Are we looking after our students' well-being? If so, please reconsider your increase of class sizes, no combo classes for DLI. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Maritza Bermudez.
Good evening again. Again, Maritza Bermudez, parent of 3 students in this district, 2 of them who are in the KDLI program. And then I did have another student that did the Spanish dual immersion program at Juarez Elementary, who's now a junior at Anaheim High School and continues her pathway with her Spanish dual immersion. I came to say something else, but I feel like I have to shift and respond to the time that all these parents and educators are here. I actually sit on the Multilingual Education Advisory Committee, and I'm shocked to hear that people think that we're gonna move to combo classes, because yes, there has been the conversation about, that was brought to this committee, about the possibility, given declining enrollment and just different factors, right? But it is to my understanding that we were not gonna be moving forward, according to Superintendent Chavarria. But what I do appreciate is that the conversation actually was brought to the table and different perspectives were brought to that table, which were parents, and not just one parent, because I've been a parent on the former, got the name, they changed it like 3 times, but I've, was it? the council. It was a multilingual council before. And so, again, I want to uplift that there was DLI teachers. There was Mr. Chavarria, Yadira, sorry, Dr. Yadira Moreno. There was other representatives from the union, the teachers union, and our team here from Multilingual Services, right? And so that conversation was for me, was very educational because I learned a lot from our teachers. Things that I, as a parent, would see it through my lens, but I got to see them sharing a lot of experiences, and like Ms. Campos, Ms. Maggie Campos shared, right? All those things were uplifted, but that it's my understanding that we're moving to combos. That is not the case. So I'm always for clarifying misinformation. Hopefully I'm not wrong, but I assure you that there was a lot of thought, a lot of conversation put to this, a lot of energy and really good output from everybody's. And I truly feel that in that space, everybody's voice was valued and that everybody's voice was considered. So I just wanted to reassure the parents here, and thank you for coming out and speaking it, because I think we all have the right to speak up and, you know, for our kids and what we want the best for it. And so far, like, I've been very happy with our programs, and I hope it continues that way and we keep on getting the support, and that, you know, if that conversation of combos ever comes back again, that, you know, we really, truly engage more of the community in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody who spoke today. It's really appreciated. Okay, moving on to the superintendent's report. It is recommended the Board of Education declare a public hearing for the purpose of hearing comments from the public regarding a waiver request to modify AESD's extended school year or ESY program from 20 days, 4 hours daily, to 16 days of instruction for 5 hours daily. The shift in schedule will facilitate an alignment with the dates of general education summer instructional program, support increased opportunities for inclusive programming, reduce challenges for families with students in multiple programs, and support greater cohesion for staff and students. Use of the waiver request process will also ensure the district remains in compliance with Ed Code Section 3043D related to extended school year. So at this point, it's open to anyone who'd like to speak, correct? I'll give it a minute for them to filter out as well. Yes. You can go up to the mic, please.
I've been a SPED teacher in this district for 29 years. I've worked ESY in other districts and our district for over 30 years. What do you mean by a waiver, that the parents not have them go, or make it longer days and less days?
Longer days, less days.
Okay. So in other words, they wouldn't be getting the 20 days. How many days would they be getting?
The difference in days would be 3 to align to our mandated ELOP program. Right. So we would end June 30th, and the students would receive more hours of instruction.
During the day?
During the extended school year. So it's basically an hour a day, equating to from 78 hours, a total 78 hours, to 82.
Okay. And are you going to let parents vote on that, or?
We have met with our leadership team. We've met with our LCAP committee. We've brought it to AEA, CSEA, and now this is the next step. After this, we submit to the California Board of Education, and we wait. So it's not a done deal. They do get the final say, and we go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on the item or have anything to say? Okay, that being said, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt the application for a waiver to extend the extended school year ESY program for the summer academy during the 2024-25 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Second by Philbeck, any discussion? Oh, I just realized Board Member Relis is not here.
Oh.
Hi, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you stepped out. We're right now on item B on page 4 of the agenda. It recommended the Board of Education adopt the application for the waiver to extend the extended school year program for the next school year. And it's been motioned and seconded. Do you have anything to discuss about it? Nope, okay, we're good. All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, moving on to the next item. 2025 LCAP Mid-Year Monitoring Report. Dr. Yadira Moreno, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Matthew Slusser, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services.
There we go. Good evening, Board and Cabinet. I am excited, and community, we're excited to bring to you our mid-year LCAP update. Our local control accountability plan is something that is our plan that describes our goal, actions, and services, including our expenditures to create positive student outcomes for our Anaheim Elementary scholars. The LCAP provides really AESD to share their story and what we would like as the outcome for our students. It is something that we navigate through monthly LCAP committees and have discussions that guide our work. This is year 1 of a 3-year plan that gets revisited mid-year, which is now February, and then we move forward to making adjustments and pivoting where we are. So we are required to bring it to the space to have conversations and in our LCAP committee and DAC-DLAC to move our work forward. So to ground our work, our commitments that we make to our families and our students is the highest quality conditions for our students' learning. Something that I want to emphasize is that we're consistently now talking about the 11-hour school day is aligning the before, during, and after school programming, not only for our students, but for our families as well. We want to ensure that our students, staff, and families feel welcome and supported, and that we create the most inclusive environment that we can for our students, that our students have access to full curriculum, textbooks, and technology, culturally responsive staff, and of course, clean and safe schools. All of this is kind of wrapped up through the Community Schools Initiative that really drives those conversations in smaller spaces to guide the LCAP committee's work. With that, I'm gonna hand it over to my colleague, Assistant Superintendent of Admin Services, to discuss the expenditures at this point in time.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Good evening, Board President Alvarez, members of the board, ASD community. So the next few slides I'm going to be covering with regard to the budget overview for parents in the mid-year LCAP. These slides really are a recap of first interim. First interim went to board December 18th, and it is really, it encompasses July 1st through October 31st expenditures. With this being a very transparent document with the mid-year LCAP update, I'm going to just take a high-level overview of the changes and then where we land now. So with regards to total revenue, this is in the general fund. At adopted budget, we are approximately $311.2 million. At first interim, $311.3 million, so a change of just over $75,000. That is very good budgeting in terms of being that close, such a high dollar budget that we have on the income side. Next, moving over to expenditures. Again, just a high-level overview of first interim. At adopted budget, our general fund expenditures were approximately $327.3 million. At first interim, this went down approximately $1.2 million landing at $326 million. Just a few adjustments to vacancies, some other services, and that's where we align there. Next, so for the mid-year LCAP summary, we're going to be touching on 4 goals. Goals 1, 2, and 3 are in progress, and those consist of student outcomes, student and family engagement, and then conditions for learning. And then goal 4, we've completed this goal. This was the equity multiplier funding. This was fully spent. So with this, I'll hand it back to Dr. Moreno and then also answer any questions you may have.
So what Mr. Slessor just shared is the expenditures and implementation plan, that when we discuss this in our meetings, we really use this color coding system to ensure that our parents and our community members understand the goals that have been started, are in progress, or completed. All our goals are in progress, and we are making steady strides to it. We do the same process with the metrics, really the small incremental SMART goals that we share for our student success. So where we are right now is all the outcomes are in progress as well, because we are in the middle of the year working towards the end goal. So with goal 1, which is student outcomes, it's all around academic success for our students. Where we are, it shows that we still need significant supports in our language arts and math scores, and also our reclassification. This is not new. This is something that we've been working on, and we kind of flatlined this past year. I know earlier this year, Rhonda Robertson kind of went through a presentation to share that information with you. And what we've done through the LCAP committee and through our superintendent's support of refining PLCs to really drive down the literacy plans for our schools, we're working really closely as an ed services team to ensure that our principals have what they need to drive the work forward. Where we are right now in February, we've revisited our site literacy plans. We're starting a very structured literacy roadmap focus that begins in March, where our teachers and our coaches, site coaches, have began precise training in January to begin the work with our classroom teachers in March. So we're really excited about that. And of course, that PLC release time, where we're bringing together our teachers during the day to be able to look at data with their coaches and with their principals to discuss the teaching and learning and what we can do differently to ensure academic gains, reading gains for our students in our PK6 classrooms. Goal 2 is engagement, and in general, we're getting lots of great feedback for this, but our chronic absenteeism, although it has dropped significantly since COVID, obviously, we still have a significant number of students that are not engaged daily. Chronic absenteeism is defined as our students not being in classrooms 18 or more days. And we're working on those. That's why we invested in the Attend software, where I think you've heard our families kind of say, hey, I'm getting letters at home that tell me come to school, or what's happening during, winter break, or what to do. Positive messaging as well for attendance. So that is something different and new that we're investing to ensure that our families have communication around the importance of attendance. And goal 3, this is the conditions for learning. This is really ensuring that we're meeting all the state requirements that we need to have as a public agency, that our teachers are credentialed, that our facilities are up to par, that it allows for collaboration and learning, that we're meeting the basic needs for our schools to allow for teaching and learning. Feedback from the LCAP and DAC-DLAC is really that the district is making efforts in our SEL needs for our students to increase the academic outcomes. We are very well aware, and this is something that we affirm through the community schools steering committee, that we know that the basic needs of our students need to be met, and that's why we've invested in clinicians, both during the day and after school at all 23 school sites. And it reaffirms the focus on literacy achievement is really to move that needle to ensure that our students are having academic gains in reading, because we know if we focus on that, it will naturally have an impact on our math scores, because so much of it is driven by comprehension. Our family supports continues to be a positive note that is shared by our community, but also to continue to not forget to have different programming, not only during the day, but even midday and in the evenings. And then communication, more and more and more communication. We can never over communicate, that's for sure. Looking for different platforms for our families to be able to engage with us differently. So that was our current feedback. Our LCAP survey is currently open and closes next week. I want to again share that messaging out that all our families can take the LCAP survey that will drive the next part of our work, which is to re-examine our goals and prepare for the next school year. So this is the time where we do that. Really, that is the end of our mid-year update, and Matt and I are available for further questions.
Dr. Moreno, where are we right now in regards to the LCAP survey?
Week one. So it is open for one more week, and our community can find that on Parent Square. We have a QR code that directly takes them to the link, where when they log on, it is a confidential document that allows them to answer a series of questions, but they do select their specific school site that they contribute to.
And the plan to get that out to all the parents is a coordinated effort, I am going to assume?
Yes, what we started with was our school family and community engagement office helps us with us. So we use our PLI parents for that. We also put it in our family letter, in our staff letter as well. So our staff also takes the LCAP survey at this time. So it's been in the staff and family letters the past 2 weeks in order to increase the participation. We also, in our leadership memos, give our principals a little highlight of kind of where they are, and continue to push for our parents to take that survey and our staff.
Thank you. It's just so important to make sure that we're gathering this information and whatnot so we can hear from our community. What is it that, you guys want? Their money, let's tell us.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the beauty of the process, that it really is that accountability plan to help us make decisions and allocate funds to what we all deem is most critical for our students.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with Board Member Morales. I was just wondering right now, I wonder if there's a way we can track the data on how many parents have submitted at every site. What if we did a drive? You know how when parents are picking up kids, if they haven't taken the survey, have the paper copy for them to kind of just take real fast. I think that would be a great way to collect more data for parents who don't connect via Parent Square. I know it seems weird that some parents don't connect via Parent Square, but they might have it on their phone, but their kids are the ones managing it.
Yeah.
Right? If we can help, I'm not saying we have to go make 10,000 copies. I'm just saying maybe let's look at some sites that have the low turnout, maybe raise the numbers on participation by providing that for our families and just saying, hey, can you take the survey real fast while you wait for your child to come out from ALOP? Because I sit there for a few minutes sometimes too. I would take it if I hadn't done it,
Yes, that's something that we can work with our faces this next week, as they are at our sites and in the evening for those after school dismissals, where we get a different group of parents coming in the evening. So that's a wonderful suggestion.
You guys also have iPads out there where you're checking kids, so they could just take it on there, even if it's still digital. Because I'm thinking now, if you give them a paper copy, now you have to do time to input.
Yeah.
But
our texts and our faces are at after school dismissal, so we can work something out.
Yeah, just a thought. Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Dr. Moreno, I want to understand a little bit about the district roadmap for literacy. Is that something that's already been developed, or is it something that we're doing to get feedback from the families on how they can be more participate more fully?
Really, what the district structured literacy plan is, it really has been a commitment for the past 2 years to train our teachers in research-based best practices. So our teachers are going through our primary teachers, a 2-year commitment in what we call the letters training, and our upper grade teachers in Aspire training. And what we've done is our director of curriculum and instruction, along with her colleagues, really have worked together to seamlessly connect that training to bring it forth to all teachers. So really what it is what we call the reading rope, but we're focusing on sections of the reading rope and highlighting it throughout the month. So for example, March, when we push this out, our coaches have been working on this in January and February, and our principals are learning alongside of them to continue to push the work forward. And we're focusing on phonological awareness for the month of March. So we're creating little charts and focus items, and all of this has been through the curriculum and instruction committee, where we have representations of teachers and administrators and parents that support the work to have that literacy focus a little bit more standard and aligned, so that our teachers and our principal leaders have the ability to have the same light conversations to increase literacy and also to drive the PLC work at the site level.
Thank you so much.
We did start a while ago, but how long have we actually been developing staff and putting the curriculum in with the teachers, or giving them the tools that, are a part of this? How long?
Well, we started, really, this has been the drive through the superintendent's new vision of increasing literacy. So it was also kind of my charge to ensure that we have a structured way to be able to move to support our site. So really, when we began working together, our conversations in August and September drove the work forward to begin planning for October, November, and December. And then the professional development for our site coaches and our principals kind of began in January and February in order to get the ball rolling in March, which is around the corner, right, for our focus on reading month. So it's exciting.
And as we roll through this, and are we, I'm guessing that we're getting feedback from the teachers, we're collecting information, data, or something that we're compiling, what is liked, what is not. Is that happening?
Yes, we've done that in October, November, December, and January in our curriculum and instruction meetings, where teachers are participate in that, administrators participate that. So we have representation from all groups in there that kind of brought forth this plan together. Mm-hmm. And that's where all the conversations took place of how to focus, how to have a narrow focus on literacy.
So then eventually, is there going to be sort of a presentation or maybe a compilation of that information? I mean, I'm really interested to hear what is being said, that this has been helpful or this hasn't, and what we can expand on and use. So
definitely,
I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, next we have our multilingual education update. Magali Rodriguez and team, come on up.
I'm finicking with this mic, so let's get it just right. Promise I won't sing. All right, good evening, board, team, cabinet members, and community. Before I do anything further, I want to make sure that I introduce the dream team that makes all the magic happen. So we have, you guys wanna? Promise we rehearsed this, but it's not coming out. It takes, all right, so we have Ms. Kami Kristen Wong, who is our curriculum specialist who supports Mandarin. We have Mrs. Sung-Young Kim, who is our curriculum specialist that supports Korean. And then we have Mrs. Lisette Sanchez, who is our teacher on special assignment for all of our Spanish DLI classes as well. So thank you for being here in support today. All right. It's important for all of us to see the faces behind all the magic, right? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. And before we talk about where we are and where we are headed, I think it's always important to talk a little bit about our story, where we began. So I'm going to take you back, and it's a graph, and it's very simple, very intentionally. So I want to take you back to 2006, really tiny, and I notice I need glasses now. Okay, so 2006, where we began with 26 students at one school, at Price Elementary, that you've heard mentioned. And so that was a very pioneer legacy school that we'd like to talk about. And then we see as we progress through the years, you see a little star, and I really do need glasses. It is 2011, where we added our second school, Juarez Elementary. And then, so that was about 6 years in the making. And then 2 years after that, we added Lincoln Elementary. And those became what we have now earmarked as our legacy schools. About 2 years after, we added Ross and Ponderosa. And then after that, a little bit quicker, the next following year, we added Mann, and then lastly Stoddard. So you can see through just the years how we started painting the story of what was happening, the temperature and the climate in our district, of how parents were becoming more aware of the benefits of the program. And so we're requesting it, and we were responding to the community and adding such access to our families. And in 2019, you see here the grand expansion that nobody or everybody told us was not possible. We knew better. And we expanded all of our DLI Academy to all 23 schools. But that's not it, because we go big in Anaheim. We also opened the first Korean dual language program in Orange County also that year. And most recently, our infancy stages of our Mandarin DLI Academy as well, and that was open last year. So you can see here just the scope of where we were, where we're headed. And so where we are today, we have 3 Spanish, in a nutshell, 3 Spanish DLI preschool classes. We have 15 Spanish TK classes, and our expansion that you just heard me mention that occurred in 2019, we are at 5th grade right currently. We have 7 fully matriculated DLI schools. Some have preschool, some have TK, and then some have kindergarten through 6th grade. So I want to make sure that I don't leave anybody out. And totaling, we have 3,930 students, which is about a third of our enrollment currently at Anaheim Elementary School District, 184 teachers and 184 classrooms. This is where we are today. So from 26 all the way now to 3,930 students, and we are in our 19th year since we first embarked in this journey of DLI, when it wasn't that cool to have DLI, just saying. So here we are. Okay, so just in a cleaner format, where are we with this expansion that I know through the direction of our school board, you guys were very vested in us providing access to our community. So here we are, where we have our 5th grade as our expansion. So just again, to put it on the forefront, that will then become our 6th graders, or our 6th graders moving forward, where we will have fully matriculated schools. And then you see our baby of Roosevelt Elementary Mandarin. And I remind you that Roosevelt has the Spanish dual language, Mandarin, also the online academy, all housed within one roof. Okay, so one of the things that has really put us on the map in terms of our DLI Academy, it's actually embedded and cemented in our goals. And that is our parents, our parent community, our parent involvement. And so we're always working towards how do we get the communication. One thing that we have learned, it doesn't matter how long you've been around with DLI, it always requires that educational piece, because there's still that myth that learning a second language is going to either delay learning or they're never going to learn English. And so that is always what we're taking the temperature of. How do we better communicate the dual language immersion and the benefits? And so through recommendation of various educational partners such as DAC, TLAC, and different, where we had taken our show on the road, so to speak, it was again recommended to bring it back to where we first initiated, when you heard me mention those 3 legacy schools, where parents needed to attend an information meeting so that they got an idea of what it is that they were signing up for. And so we brought back the highly recommending piece, but then it's like, how do we get that message out there? We used to have 3 widely known, 3 large information meetings at the district office, which is great, and we still have, but how do we bring it to the community? And so we formulated 12 different opportunities, and you will notice or note on the flyer, you probably have better eyesight than me, that we have different schools positioned. And so, for example, I'm gonna just say Barton. I know one of the information meetings is housed at Barton, so that the community there has access. But it's not to say that it's only for Barton. Let's say that I happen to, that's the day that's convenient, I'm in the area, I'm gonna pop into that information meeting. It's just with the whole idea and notion of providing access. And of course, we have virtual meetings available as well, so parents can join from the comfort of wherever they're at on the go. Right? So that is something that we're really proud of, that we are out there and we are spreading the wealth among each other and ensuring that we are getting the information out there as well. Okay, so pathway to biliteracy. So in 2011, here the state of California was the first to enact into legislation honoring students who are proficient in another language other than English and what they call the state seal of biliteracy. That same year, in 2011, we aligned with Orange County Department of Education on what that state seal of biliteracy looked like, and we created the Pathway to Biliteracy Award here locally for 6th grade. Since then, the California Department of Ed has taken over what it looked like with the move of 2030 Global California, and we did the same thing. We then pivoted and said, okay, how is it that we can celebrate and look at those marks of how students are achieving or progressing in their educational journey or bilingual journey? And so we established a kindergarten criteria, and then we established a 3rd and 6th grade pathway award. And with the kindergarten, it's really looking at a portfolio or that language experience that students can then indicate that they're on their way to achieving the first celebration or earmark, or pathway celebration. And then with 6th and 3rd grade, I was very excited to offer 2 methods. And let me tell you why. I was not the method 1 type of kid. I did not assess well. That just wasn't me. Second, language learner. But boy, could I talk, right? Yeah. I could do presentations, I could do the things, but just don't put me in a box in an assessment. So this provides a way for students to demonstrate their proficiency, because this is what we want to know. Can you apply, let's say, Spanish in the real world? And so we offer these 2 opportunities for our students. Here, this slide is intended to encapsulate the celebration behind the Pathway to Biliteracy Award. Here you see the numbers of how students have acquired, and just note that we also see the increase in the amount of 6th grade classes. So this is a 6th grade, for us, where we see when we hand them over and then to Anaheim Union High School District. And so the numbers have increased because we've also added more 6th grade classes, if that makes sense. But all to say that this is really an honor and a celebration for the parents that decided to made this choice for their 5-year-old, 4-year-old, maybe 3-year-old, to embark on this journey that was not always easy. And so here we really honor, and it is just a day of tears, and they remember the crying, the celebrating, all those 7 years that happened. So we just wanted to acknowledge that. It's a big day of celebration. So you heard me mention that we're constantly pivoting, constantly finding ways to make our academy better. And this one is no different. So in the vision of Superintendent Chavarria, he wanted to bring a committee and you heard Maritza Bermudez already mentioned that the committee has shifted its name. It has also shifted in representation. So it used to be an English learner, which then became the English, EB, they became the EB, emergent bilingual, and then council, and then it shifted. And then Maritza was one of the pioneer parents in joining because she said, hey, we don't have a parent there. Like, that's right, we don't, right? And so then, all to say, we are now reforming and rebranding, calling it the Multilingual Education Advisory Committee, with one goal, which is to continue to see and oversee really the growth and the expansion of our dual language program and all of our multilingual programs. It just happens to be that this year we focus heavily on DLI. But I also want to mention that what's different is that we have representation of teachers, parents, administrators, AEA, which is our teacher association, and just district support. And we bring in guest speakers as needed. And so it's very fluid, and it's also growing, right? As parents are showing interest, we're adding parents, we're adding teachers, because it's really a conversation. And the room is actually set up to have a conversation. It's not intended to have a presentation like you see here. It's really hard for me. But we intended to have a conversation. And let's talk about those real topics that are sometimes really hard to discuss, but everybody has a seat at the table to have those conversations. Every language is represented or had the opportunity to be represented. And again, parents are learning, but we're also learning from them. They're giving us their scope. They're giving us their lens. Sometimes my lens, I'll say, it can be very, very narrow because I'm focusing on DLI, right? And what it looks like. And so that was the purpose of the advisory committee. It's new, it's evolving, it's growing, and more to come. So with that, you heard me mention that the advisory committee for the multilingual side was encompassing all of our programs. However, we're also needing to talk about specifically in this case, our Korean DLI program. What does that look like in the continued development of that? And so we formed the Korean DLI Advisory Committee. I want to say at a smaller scale, but it's only because we're focusing at one school. But still, the conversations are very similar to what it is that we're discussing. But what pertains to Korean DLI curriculum, what does that look like for our students and moving forward? And so we do have a representative of our multilingual committee who sits on our, a representative of our Korean DLI committee who sits on our multilingual committee. Again, so they're talking to each other. And everybody has a seat at the table. We're very proud of that. And so as we move forward, in alignment, again, we've heard Dr. Moreno speak on literacy, right? And I know that's one of the big movements for our district under Superintendent Chavarria's vision is looking at the continued access and literacy. And so I'm unveiling to you the Anaheim Elementary Succeeds Language Academy. And so the sole purpose of this language academy that I'm super excited about, trying to bring it down 2 notches, it is to offer students who are not currently enrolled in DLI access to conversational language. It's giving them access and options to be able to join something that is unique to them. But most importantly, yes, conversational skills are important, but most importantly is opening their world to culture and language. That could even be their own. Sometimes it's easy to forget that just because we look a certain way doesn't mean that we fully connect or understand that specific culture. So that is the goal. And of course, that full enrichment through something different in a fun way. Right now, I don't know if you're aware, you might be, but games attached to culture is huge right now, right? Especially if you have kids, you're gonna know. That's a big deal. And so why not tap into that and bring that into our after-school program with the support of the multilingual team in conjunction with the SFACE department? So it's truly a collaboration. And so we're highlighting on Spanish, Korean, Mandarin right now. You heard me mention it's going to be 11 weeks and more to come. It's coming soon. Okay, as we talk about bridging the community, a lot of unveiling happening tonight. We had at our family night celebrating cultural diversity at Ponderosa. I've been working with the principal over at Ball Junior High at Anaheim Union High School District, and they came to tell our families that they too they're growing. Their dual language family is also growing, and so they will be opening their dual language academy in fall of 2025. So giving more pipelines for our own community to then continue their journey. And so I go way back with the principal who taught, and so this is a great partnership. Okay, so you've heard me mention a lot about academics. And so those of us that are familiar with the guiding principles, there's 3 pillars, one being the biliteracy and bilingualism. Second is that academic achievement. And third being the cultural awareness, or what does it look like to have culture? We talk about culture sometimes really loosely, right? And we understand it as what you see here on our slide, which is a celebration or a culmination of something that's colorful and bright and connects to music and so forth. However, it's much deeper than that. When our third pillar talks about that cultural competence, it's talking about everything that has led to these events. So yes, we see the events, we see the pictures. However, everything that led to that is the education piece, the curriculum that's attached to it. And so I will highlight the lower picture right in the center, the lower picture there. And we see a student right in the front who is from Tongan. Her heritage is Tongan. She's trilingual. She speaks Tongan, she speaks Spanish, and she speaks English. And she was actually up here tonight with the mariachi band. And what's amazing about that is that the teacher took this is Claudia Sachs, this is just a snippet. This is Claudia Sachs' class, which is the 6th grade DLI at Ross. And they learned the play El Cascanueces, Nutcracker, but the variation of it was that she embedded their students' ethnicity within the play. And everybody got to learn about it. And so you saw the culmination of the Tongan dance, but what you didn't get to see is all of the education behind it, students really learning. And I wish that this image could transmit her glow and how much she was beaming, that she saw herself and her background mattered. And she got to share a little bit about her with the entire community. So that is what that third pillar of dual language is about, that it's much deeper than what we just say, it's culture. And so, very proud of that. Okay, our next and last slide is going to be more celebration. right? But a drum roll, because we want to congratulate Betsy Ross Elementary for earning the CABE 2025 Seal of Excellence Award. Yay! Congratulations, Ross. And they are joining this is big, our 5th school to earn the CABE Seal of Excellence School. And we are the only district in the entire state of California to hold 5 CABE Seal of Excellence School Awards. So congratulations to all of us. It's a big deal. And competition is becoming more and more fierce. There are over 3,600 dual language programs now. And so we're a cut above the rest. So congratulations. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a couple of questions for you on slide 2, and thank you to all your team as well. You mentioned there are 3,900, a little over 3,900 students in DLI.
Yes.
Last I checked back, I think it was in August or September, about 250 were out of district. Do you know what the current number is? Is it still about the same?
I don't know exactly the number. We can definitely get back to you, so I don't want to misspeak on the number.
Okay, and I just bring that up because I think that shows how, it's kind of a testament to how sought after the program is. Number one, that we're pulling in parents and students from in the region around the area that want to come to our DLI program here as well. And if it's about 250 or so students, that represents probably 8 to 10 teachers that we're also able to have additional within our district. So that really supports our numbers, and it supports our teachers as well, which I think is a good point. And then on slide 4, you mentioned the DLI parent information meetings. I did have the opportunity to attend a couple of those meetings. When I first joined the board, I remember that was a pretty regular thing. There was a little bit of a lull over the past several years. So I'm really proud, and I'm encouraged that our new superintendent has reinstituted that as at least an optional, highly encouraged opportunity for our parents to know what the program entails. And so I'm glad it's returned. I was wondering, how many workshops have we had during this school year, and approximately how many parents? We have a tracking sheet on that, on how many parents have attended, how many maybe out-of-district parents have attended. Do you have the information offhand, rough numbers at least?
Yes, we've had 4 meetings thus far. I'm looking at, four meetings thus far. And so what we're doing is there's a QR code when parents come and join us, where we take a little bit of information, obviously who they are, where they're from. And we do have several, I don't know if I'll mention neighboring districts that are definitely coming. That's a question that we always ask. But another item that we added to that sign-in sheet, virtual sign-in sheet, if you will, is how they heard about the information meeting and how they heard about us. That's also data points that we can then turn and pivot and say, how did you even get here, so that we can get more to join, or that we can go to them.
Great, thank you. And then just wondering, just to put another plug in for you, when and how can parents find out about upcoming meetings?
It is on our website, asd.org/DLI. And coming soon, we're actually created big banners that our schools are going to be placing when they're driving by, and they're going to be able to just take on and off the date for the next upcoming meeting. So it's really, sometimes as you're driving by, like, oh, there it is, or dropping off a student, or for community members who are not already part of our district, so that they can see it. So all 23 schools will have that.
All right, thank you.
So one day we're going to have 23 CABE Seal of Excellence Awards.
One day, yeah.
Good work. Thank you so much. Anybody else have anything to say?
Just that it's great presentation, and regarding the PLI, I know I've been attending it.
Yeah.
Almost more meetings. You have more meetings than I can even attend. And so that's been going very strong for several years. And it's nice to see all of it kind of combined and working together, and communication. And so I really appreciate your dream team and all of what comes out of it. So thank you so much, and great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to consent calendar. Items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and are acted on by the board in one motion. There is no discussion of these items unless a member of the board, staff, or the public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled at this time, board members? No? Okay. All right, since there's no items to be pulled, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as is?
So moved.
Motion by Ruelas,
Second.
a second by Yep. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on to the superintendent's office. Under the action calendar, it's recommended the Board of Education receive for first reading revisions to the following board policies and administrative regulations. Board Policy 4040, Employee Use of Technology. Exhibit 4040-E1, Employee Use of Technology. Board Policy 613.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ruelas, second by Philbeck. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, it's recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 202425-29 declaring the month of March as Music in Our Schools Month.
You know I want to motion this one. So this is
Okay, motion by Philbeck,
Second.
second Lopez. Any discussion?
just that you saw an example tonight of just how much our music program is evolving over the years and the just tremendous results that are happening in our program. And more and more and more, I hear comments in the community, you know, when we're in the parades, and we were this year both in the Black History and in the Westminster Parade. And so, you know, our students are really gaining a lot of experience and knowledge. And so it's wonderful to celebrate a whole month that is about music. And I just couldn't be prouder of what is being accomplished in this district. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education vote on no more than 7 candidates for the 2025 Region 15 CSBA Delegate Assembly. Elected candidates will serve as representatives for 2-year terms beginning on April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2027. The 7 2025 CSBA Delegate Assembly candidates and 3 writing candidates are as follows on your list there, board members. Are there any board members here that you would like to vote to nominate or to vote for, I mean?
Yes, thank you. I would like to, the only vote I will cast a yes for would be Lauren Klatzker. I received an email from her.
Don't we have to take a motion?
Yeah,
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Before we
All
discuss?
right, do I have a motion to discuss?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Ruelas, seconded by Lopez. Thank you, Mr. Ruelas. Go ahead.
Just to reiterate, yeah, Lauren Klatzker would be my yes vote, based on the fact that she actually is the only one who reached out to me. I don't know if she had emailed anybody else, but just with her list of qualifications and experience, so I will nominate her, and that's it.
Okay, so we'd say Lauren Klatzker. Anybody else want to include anybody else?
Yeah, I'll weigh in this since I am a delegate, and I have spoken to the director for Region 15. And the reason Lauren is in a write-in is, and Carrie and Francis, I'm sorry, I don't know Francis, but I do know Carrie and Lauren, is there was some kind of glitch, and that's why Lauren contacted you, because I don't know what it is, but I did verify that through the director that, yes, it is okay to have them as the write-in, because you notice Carrie is an incumbent. So we can vote up to 7. I will tell you the ones that I have served with or that I know from other boards that are excellent, would be excellent delegates. And that is Beverly Berryman, Bonnie Castro. Jessica is not, she would be new, but I actually recruited her, so Jessica. Rhodia Sheed, Susie Schwartz, Carrie, and Lauren. How many is that?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, so that's who, I wish that there's a few more that I could, actually, everybody is pretty good on here. And Yesenia, are you able to pull up the exhibit of their applications and resumes and such? Because, yes, there was. The actual, just to show everyone, it's okay. We got attached to that, and there was an exhibit, and they all fill out applications and questionnaires, and so we're not just, guessing at this. We do get information about the people, but I'm basically kind of going on the ones that I've been a delegate for, I want to say at least 5-6 years now, and so I've worked with a lot of these people. So my recommendation, based on the experience that I've had with them and knowing them, and after speaking with the director, are those 7.
Anybody opposed to any of the members that she named?
Yes. I had a couple of questions. Number one, I would be a no for Berryman, and I'll abstain on the rest. But I'm curious as to the nominations who came up. Was Berryman and Guerrero, were they nominated because our board nominated them, or did they get a nomination?
Overall, they got put on the ballot.
Okay, because I know we had it on our December meeting.
Yeah, so they took those, and then the top candidates from that round got put on here.
Okay.
Yes, because this is actually, you would think that's the problem, is this is a volunteer position and we need delegates. You would think 100 people would, you'd see 100 people on this list, but you don't. And there's another item I can get into why I was the one that brought forward. I think that also is what brought the agenda item that we're going to come up with in a little bit, and I will explain again why I nominated Beverly Berryman and Jessica Guerrero from outside our district. But generally, I think this is more of, this is who ended up. This is all that, we can choose 7, we don't have to.
We don't have to, yeah.
Well,
I would actually agree with Mark. I wouldn't be able to support Beverly Berryman either from Fullerton. I'm sorry.
Okay,
And
that's
that's
okay.
why I had
That's
asked
okay.
back in December, we had that come up, and I know you mentioned you didn't know her. And, I didn't have enough time to research it until after the fact, so that's why I bring that up. I don't know that really reflects the values of our district based on some of the past votes and discussions that we've had here as a district versus in Fullerton, some of the items that they've had as well. So, and to Trustee Philbeck's point, you don't have to wait till the next item. You can discuss why.
Yeah,
you
I can
have them
discuss
now
why,
if
because
you'd
I
like to
actually
have
do
them.
know Beverly, but there was a specific reason that, and we'll get into, there was a specific reason that she was brought to our board to nominate. But she is, Fullerton, but she's also PTA, I do know her, so that's fine. I would say then, what about if
So right now,
we're at 6?
we're moving together as a body saying yes, right, to a list.
Yes.
Right, so right now, I would say the list is Bonnie, Jessica, Rhoda, Susie, and Lauren. That's what I have right now.
And Carrie. Carrie is a.
And that's 6.
Okay, 6. And then I think that I would also, I don't know her well, but she was sort of recommended, Angela Hernandez from Centralia. So, but
Well, I just want to
I will
caution,
have to
we don't-
say.
like you said,
We don't have to choose
go up to
7.
No, we
just
don't,
shouldn't-
but she has that's why I wanted the thing to be brought up so that you could see her application, which I thought was okay. But
Right.
if nobody's comfortable with that, then that's fine.
I'm not I don't know her either, so I won't, make any assertions about it, but in some cases, it's better to have no candidate than a candidate we don't know, and it turns out we don't agree with, because that could be a negative thing. So sometimes it's better just to not have any candidate in that case. But like I said, I will be voting yes on Lauren, and I'll abstain on the rest.
Okay, and like I said, based on which we're supposed to go on the applications and the questionnaire and the things that they fill out, I felt that Angela would be okay. But I'm fine with going with, I think you have Bonnie, Jessica.
Should we just vote on them one by one?
But I think we probably have a slate now.
Oh, because I see what Mark is saying. Because I don't know these other people, although I usually go with your guidance. But like the only one that's a little fishy for me is, what was the last one you said? Because you didn't really know much about them. You just kind of heard some stuff.
Oh, I wasn't going to put her in. I wasn't going to put her in.
All right, so I'm comfortable with Bonnie, Jessica, Rhodia, Susie, and Lauren, and Carrie.
The only one I've been working with was Frances Nguyen for many years in the community.
And you can vouch for them?
Yes.
Okay, then let's add her.
I would be comfortable with
Yeah,
that.
I was, that's why I acknowledged, I don't know her and she's a write-in, but,
Okay,
that's
so I'm okay with voting it as a slate, and if you don't agree with the slate, you could just either abstain or say no.
Sure.
Or we can vote one by one. I'm okay either way.
read the slate once more,
The
please.
slate as I have it right now, suggested by a couple of us, is Bonnie, Jessica, Rodia, Susie, Carrie, Lauren, and Francis.
Yeah. I would.
I'd be more comfortable voting one by one.
Okay, let's just do that. I think that's
All right.
a little bit more transparent. That way you can just vote for the people that you feel individually inclined to vote for. I think that's fair.
Sure.
All right, so now my question is, as to get a majority vote, each person needs to get a majority vote individually for us to push them forward. That's basically what we're at right now, right?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, so let's go with Bonnie. Let's just go roll call for each one.
Yeah, each one.
Yeah, okay.
Let's do-
So for Bonnie Castre, let's go.
Wait, I thought you were gonna, if we're gonna do it individually, shouldn't we go each name
Yeah.
on there?
Yeah, I'm
Like
gonna-
starting with Beverly, I mean, you're just saying.
No,
take
the
it.
ones from
Okay.
that we picked out.
Okay, I got it.
The other ones
Got it.
we are not even gonna talk about.
Okay, all right.
All right, so let's vote on Bonnie Castre. Let's go with Trustee Yip. What's your vote for Bonnie?
Are we doing roll call?
Roll call, yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Yip, for Bonnie, are you a yay or a nay?
Abstain.
Okay, Rollis?
Abstain.
Lopez?
Abstain.
Becky?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so it does not pass. So for Bonnie is a no. Okay, Jessica Guerrero, Trustee Yip,
Abstain.
Rollis,
Yes.
Lopez,
Abstain.
Jackie,
Yes.
and I say yes, so Jessica Guerrero is a yes. Okay, for Rodia Sheed, let's go with Trustee Yip,
Abstain again.
Trustee Rollis,
I'm sorry, which one did you go to?
Rodia Sheed.
Rhodia.
I don't know
Rhodia
I'm sorry, I
Sheed.
don't know how to say her name.
Buena Park.
Abstain.
Okay, Lopez,
Abstain.
Philbeck?
Yes.
Yes, also say yes, but that was 2 yeses, so that fails. So that's a no for
May
Rodia.
I insert one comment also?
Yes, go ahead.
That as we're voting, these still go forward to our votes are compiled with all the other
Yeah, yeah,
districts.
it's
So
like-
it's,
That's fine.
you know,
Just
yeah.
punch your conscience.
Yeah,
That's all we're
it's
doing.
not, we're not saying, you know, these people are elected, we're just putting them.
No, we just have
We're just putting our vote
we
in
have
on.
a role to play in the
Yeah,
overall.
we have a role to play, so that's what we're doing.
Yeah, Susie
Just so that-
Schwartz, Trustee Yip,
Abstain.
Rellis,
Abstain.
Lopez,
Abstain.
Philbeck.
Yes.
I'll say yes, but it doesn't pass. Okay, let's go with Carrie Flanders, Trustee Yip,
Abstain.
Rellis,
Abstain.
Lopez,
Abstain.
Philbeck.
Yes.
I'll say yes, but does not pass. Okay, Lauren Klatzker,
Abstain.
Yes.
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 I'll abstain on that one, actually. Okay, so that's a yes. She passes. And then for Francis, let's go with Yip,
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Yes.
I'll go yes, so that one will pass. Okay, so I think that concludes that item, right? I think we're good with that one. Everybody, you guys were able to know all the things. So it was Jessica Guerrero was a yes, and then Francis Nguyen was a yes. Everything else did not pass. Yeah. Oh, and Lauren passed. I'm sorry. So it was Lauren, yes, Francis, yes, and Jessica Guerrero, yes. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody. Okay, let's move on to educational services. It's recommended the Board of
Wait,
Education.
let's vote now, yeah?
Oh, I thought that was the vote.
Was that official?
Yeah. Everyone, we voted for each one individually. I mean, we could go through
But
and.
don't we have to name them all three and then go? Because it's a whole body thing?
I don't see why not. Okay, let's do it. Okay. All right, all in favor of voting in the following slate. Jessica Guerrero, Lauren Klatzker, and Francis Nguyen, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, there you go. All right. All right, it's recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2024-25-30 in support of Read Across America, scheduled for the week of March 3rd through 7th, 2025. I'll go ahead and I'll give you the motion and I'll do the second. How about? All right, motion by Yip and I'll second. All right, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education take action on the request for approval of resolution number 2024-25/35 rendering zoning ordinances inapplicable to the proposed use of property at 1450 East La Palma Avenue, Anaheim, California by Vibrant Minds Charter School pursuant to Government Code Section 53094B.
So moved.
Moved by Ruelas,
Second.
second Lopez. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Items under SELPA, there are none. Let's move on to Human Resources. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2024-25/32 for the establishment of criteria to determine seniority among certificate employees with the same seniority date pursuant to Education Code 44955.
So moved.
Moved by Ruelas,
Second.
second Yip. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2024-25/33 for the non-reelection of temporary certificated employees effective June 30th, 2025 as listed on Exhibit 9D.2.
So moved.
Moved by Ruelas,
Second.
second Lopez. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the appointment of employee number 02-122-025-01 to the position of Vice Principal, site and effective date to be determined. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So I moved Ruelas,
Second.
second Yip. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations to Dr. Jason Reyes. Dr. Reyes comes to AESD after serving the last 3 years as the Early Childhood Education Director in the Huntington Beach City School District. Prior to that, he worked as an early childhood education specialist in Irvine, East Whittier, and Beverly Hills. Congratulations to Dr. Reyes as he begins as the Marshall Vice Principal at a date to be determined.
Thank you. All right, administrative services, no items. Let's move on to governance. It's recommended the Board of Education establish a formal process requiring candidates outside of the Anaheim Elementary School District Board of Education who are seeking nominations for the California School Boards Association, Delegate Assembly, or other regional boards or committees for which AESD Board of Education submits nominations to provide a letter of interest. The letter of interest must include the candidates' qualifications and relevant experience, a record of their contributions to education and governance, and their goals and objectives for serving in the nominated position. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Lopez.
Second.
Second Ruelas. Discussion?
Well, I just, I would just, expect and look forward to and appreciate my colleagues' unanimous support on this, just because I think it goes toward our shared goal of transparency and accountability, and I think it's probably a best practice to have some time to review a nomination before we vote on it at the dais. It's difficult to do research, as I mentioned just a little while ago, difficult to do research at the dais as names are kind of thrown out there, and to really vet a candidate other than who you may know personally, which may or may not be a good thing depending on how well you know them. But at least if someone has some interest and they take the time to and the effort to put themselves out there and ask for a nomination, I think it goes a long way, just because like I said, sometimes it's better to have no nominee than a nominee that we may not necessarily feel reflects the values of our district. So thank you.
Okay, so this is kind of my area because, as I said, I'm a delegate, and the reason I would urge us not to do this is it doesn't follow with CSBA, California Association of California School Boards Association, the bylaws or what their procedure is, and it's getting a little ahead of the process. So I thought, well, I'll just explain. Actually, what we were doing and what we did in December was nothing more than a simple formality. And here is the section of the CSBA bylaws. Any board member may nominate any member board, and that means a school district that is that has joined CSBA, that is a member, Any member board may nominate as many individuals as it wishes for the position of delegate for the region or sub-region. And the only requirement, literally the only requirement at this point, is that they've been on a school board 2 years and it's acquiescence, meaning that they have, I couldn't just say, oh, I want to nominate Mr. Alvarez, and he doesn't know about it. He has to say, yeah, that's okay, I want to do it. Because at this point, all we're doing is it's just simply a formality that we are putting this person forward into an application process. So actually, it's easier if you don't have to nominate anybody. And what normally happens is, like when I have been the delegate for several years, my board would nominate me. Okay, but this year I chose not to run again. So the reason that that I put forward 2 nominations from outside the district was pretty simple, because again, it's just a little step that puts them into an application process, which that's where all the meat and potatoes comes in, where they fill out the questionnaire, where they attach the resume, all the things that you've designated that you want to see from the person. It's really not required of them through CSBA or anything at that point. They're simply saying, I want to apply to be a candidate. And the reason that I put 2 other candidates from outside forward was, one, I recruited Jessica, so that would be a reason that a board might bring someone from the outside, because I wasn't going to run. And also, I should say, when you nominate somebody, they have to be from your region. But and Jessica was, and I thought actually she'd be an excellent choice, and so I recruited her so of course I wanted to nominate her, even though she's outside of her district. The reason that I nominated Bev Berryman was basically as a courtesy. Like I said, it didn't mean that we were endorsing her, it didn't mean that everybody was in favor. It was simply a courtesy to put her forward into the application process. And the reason I did that was because I was called from the director. When we have one board meeting a month, sometimes things can't make it on an agenda. And a person who wants to go into the application process has to be nominated by a board. And her board had already met by the time either she had decided or wasn't able to get on the agenda. So therefore, if somebody didn't nominate her, she wouldn't be able to even try. She wouldn't even be able to go forward for the application problem. So that is why, as a courtesy, when I was asked, would your board's having a meeting, would you consider just, doing the formality of that so that she can move forward? And that's all it was. But I did actually know her and have known her for many years too. So I would say that, why would you make someone go to all that extra work at the point where we're just saying, yes, you've been on a school board 2 years, you qualify, go forth and applicate. Why would you make somebody do all of that when they're going to turn right around after that in the next few weeks? Like, I think we nominated in December. The applications were due by January 7th, and that's what was in that exhibit. All the questionnaires, all that, why are you doing this? What do you want from it? What governance have you put forward? Because then it's important for us, what we just did, to actually vote for a candidate. But to just nominate somebody you can basically, like I said, nominate as many as you want, anybody in all the districts. Now, I have not heard of any other districts that require that, just to simply have a nomination for somebody to go forward. So I would think that the easier thing, the director of Region 15, and I quote, "Why are you adding layers to this?" CSBA has a procedure, a policy, it's worked. It's simple, and it is pretty simplistic at that point. So I would say I think it would be better if you are not comfortable with, my judgment or choice or recommendation. That's fine. The simpler thing is just like what we did tonight, to just vote no and not change what the procedure or policy that CSBA already has in place, and that, I might add, every district follows. I don't know of any other district that would require that additional paperwork, singing for your supper to come before our board just to get nominated when you really are only required if you're living, breathing, and you've been on a board 2 years. You go forward. So,
clarifying question: minimum 2 years, is that correct? Okay. Maybe it's to catch mistakes, like having Angela Hernandez on there, who was just elected to the Centralia School District. Do you know what I mean? So, like, maybe it's just if we're going to really be doing the things due diligence and whatnot, just saying, maybe that's part of one of the reasons why we should possibly have something, so we're not putting people who don't even have the qualifications necessarily on that board, just in good faith, because of the fact that we heard they're a good person, et cetera, yet they don't meet the minimum qualifications.
well,
Just a thought.
but see, you can't.
It seems like they
yeah.
get caught at a meeting like today. So let's say somebody makes a mistake to nominate somebody. Then they go on the ballot. Then we get their statements because they get vetted
Yeah.
through CSBA with their own procedure, which is what we're trying to do beforehand. And so that's when you catch it. So like today we caught, like for example, we caught Beverly. I was like, I'm not going to support Beverly, and I wouldn't have nominated her before, right? Because I already would have known. But somebody out of courtesy could have nominated her, right?
And did, and she
Yeah,
was
so to
nominated.
me, it's like, it seems like it's already there's a lot of obstacles for a board member to want to join these volunteer positions, because I saw the application. I said yes one time, and I saw the application. I was like, I'm not doing this.
It's strong.
So, and I feel like we're adding complexity to something that's already, there's a process for it. It's not under our jurisdiction, I think, to even meddle with
Yeah,
it.
because at that point, if you know her, and that's what I said, it's easier just to say, no, I wouldn't want to put her forward, although the feeling is kind of anybody that has been on a board 2 years can at least try. They can at least go forward. And then through a very, very strenuous, strict process, everyone is vetted, and then you catch those things.
Yeah.
You have those discussions. But at the very beginning in December, you're just saying, yes, let them try, or no, put them, but there's still a whole process. And you're kind of putting the cart before the horse with saying, make them do all of this just to come to us to get nominated. And then they got to turn right around and do it all again. And that's going to put people off. They're either going to not come to us for the nomination, which, okay, that's fine. They don't have to, because we don't have to nominate. But even if they did, I can't imagine asking Jessica, which if this policy was in place, Jessica, and I also nominated Anne Marie a year or so ago, would have to follow that procedure. And it's just not necessary for them to do that and then turn right around and spend those applications, like you said, they're just wicked. I mean, they're so long, and do it all over again. So I think we're, like the director said, why are you adding a layer to this? It's just kind of the simplest thing. Nominate them or don't nominate anybody if you're not comfortable. And then when we get to this point, we vote, and we vetted it pretty well, I think. So I would say this is going against CSBA practice. And,
Well, that's a great few points. Thank you, Trustee Philbeck. There's been a lot of putting the cart before the horse, so I appreciate your comments on that. I would ask the director if the concern is there's a lot of work to do this, which, again, the CSBA deadlines are not a surprise for anybody. You know when they are. They're posted. And if it's an arduous process, maybe the CSBA director needs to make it a little more streamlined on their end. In terms of this application, all they have to do from December to now is copy and paste most of what they have already, because it's really, why do you want to serve? And so there's really just a copy and paste job that would need to happen in between December to February or January, whenever it is that they have to submit this. So I don't see that being a lot of extra work to write up maybe a one-page paper of why you want to do this, because you've already thought about it. If that's, I mean, again, just in terms of transparency, it'd just be nice to know who we're nominating, because if it doesn't pass, if this item doesn't pass, I'll just have to vote no in the future on every nominee, just out of default, because, I don't want to nominate. So, and the other thing that's concerning is these trustees are from other districts. If their own board is not nominating them, that's a little concerning to me as well. So I don't know, maybe they have been nominated by their own board, but like you said, we've nominated you, you've ran before. I've had no issues nominating you. It's anybody on this board would, everybody knows, and we would just be able to nominate. So
to that is, it's not the director's initiative to do the, and by, the application is long and stuff, but It's thorough, and it's just something, if you really want to do it, I did it, okay, so you can get through it. It's not her place, she doesn't make these rules, because remember, this is universal for an entire county or region of, a huge region of 15. Everybody has to follow, so that's why CSBA, it comes from somewhere else, it comes from up, high. This is what the process is going to be as far as the application and what the questions are going to be and such. And again, I'll just repeat that with the once a month board meeting, sometimes it's not that her board wouldn't nominate her. I could have missed the cutoff and not gotten it on the application. And you look at Lauren, we voted for Lauren, but Lauren didn't even make it ended up, that's why I talked to somebody, it ended up being okay, but she didn't make the cutoff. She didn't get her application in. Things happen, and so that's why, as a courtesy, sometimes you nominate other people from outside. And I would just say, I knew Bev, I was completely comfortable putting her forward, and if my judgment is not what everybody wants to adhere to or go with, I have no problem with it being voted no. But I'm saying that this is not what CSBA practice follows. No other districts do this. We're adding layers to something that we don't need to. I think it's better if you just vote no or abstain rather than enacting an entire board policy. That kind of, I think that's enough.
Okay, are we ready? Are we ready for vote?
Yeah, we're ready to vote. It is what it is.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's do roll call vote. Trustee Yip.
So wait, can we clarify that if you vote?
If you vote yes, we're going to enact this policy
We're going to
of
enact the policy,
application.
and if you vote no, we're
If you
not.
vote no, we're not going to meddle with whatever this is. Okay? Yeah, okay. So Yip.
No.
Okay. Relis.
Yes.
Lopez.
Yes.
Philbeck.
No.
And I'm a no, so motion fails. Okay, let's go to the next item. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the posting of total compensation for each board member on the district website, including salary, health benefits, and retirement, retroactive to 2014.
So moved.
Moved by Relis.
Second.
Second by Lopez. Discussion.
Is a lot of this stuff already found on Transparent California?
Yes, all of it.
Yeah, we're public employees. Yeah.
I feel that this could be very, very misleading to the public because, first of all, the information is all found on, is it Transparent California? And I have looked at that, okay. But what this, if I'm reading this correctly, if this went through, this would not be fair and equitable. And I'm going to speak for myself because posting total compensation is one thing. We all get a stipend that is equal. That is the same for each of us. Okay, we all get that. However, where it starts splitting off is benefits to board members and health benefits and such, okay? Because that is not equal. For instance, as I'm not totally sure, but I'm pretty sure I might be the only one that gets my benefits from AESD. Therefore, my benefits would show on there. However, anybody that gets the same thing I get, maybe under the guise of an employment or whatever, which I have verified, board member employment, when you're coming to benefits, it's all in, we're swimming in the same pool, the exact same pool. We are general fund and the taxpayers are paying it. So there's no difference just because I might be coded a board member and somebody else is coded an employee, although actually it kind of all falls under employment. But my point is that my benefits, it could possibly show that I'm getting a lot more than the rest of my board members strictly because it's coming through AESD. When you might be may I use you as an example?
Yes.
You might be getting the exact same health benefits and such, but from another district that would then not show on that. So it would look like I'm getting everything. You're not reporting your benefits on there. The only thing we all would be universally reporting is a stipend. And I think that that is not fair. unless you had something and said, okay, board member Alvarez also receives benefits, but he receives them from another school district, and here is what that is equal to, because we're all elected officials. So you get my point. It could show up like Jackie Philbeck, because my benefits would show, made, $1,000 and everybody else made 10. I'm just breaking it down. And also over 11 years, I found that a little ironic, because I've been on the board 11 years. I mean, why go back 11 years? But that was my point, is that I could see this coming on the website, which it doesn't need to be, and also showing, here's mine, because it came through this district, and you guys having nothing, showing us benefits because they're from another district. But we're all getting, I mean, I don't know that everybody is getting benefits, but I know everybody has the opportunity to have those benefits and could be receiving them. But the reporting aspect would pretty much just fall on me, which would be very unequal and not fair, very unequitable.
You're saying that the reporting in this manner would create the illusion that some of us are making more off of AESD because some of us do or do not take compensation in different ways.
And it's not off of AESD because we all.
My question was really, why the 2014 day? Because that seems a little like, I don't know.
I think that's like the first when all of us were elected. 2014.
I came in after that.
No, yeah, I was after that as well. I think that just because it was the past 10 years, and I just said, well, that's a nice round number that would give a good context, I think, for the past, because we haven't posted it. Many other public agencies already do. City of Anaheim has it, the county has it, other public agencies throughout the region have it, so, and they go back several years as well, so there's no particular attachment necessarily that year, but just the last 10 years, we could do the last 5, last 6, I'm not too particular on the exact number, but the numbers are the numbers. I don't think it's misleading in terms of, those are just the facts of what the numbers are. And of course, if it's on Transparent California, then we could look up all of our other stuff that we have from our other employment as well. But I think that I heard my colleagues pretty loud and clear at the last board meeting, and transparency was a very important component of our discussions that we've had, which I agree with. And so I think that that's something that we should promote, and even if it's available somewhere else on the internet somewhere, that it just makes it a little more challenging for the public to look it up. I guess they could find it if they really had a strong interest in it, but I think it's in terms of just being transparent and open with the public. So.
Okay, so here's where there's a flaw in that, and where I would consider that discriminatory is because the public doesn't always know that they could look it up on that. And also, again, all you would be showing is my benefits up there, when in fact, it would be fair to say that everybody else is getting them from somewhere else, from a public school system, from the general fund, from the, paid by the taxpayers. I'm not the only one, but the appearance would be wrong. The appearance would say, look at, she got $700 more a month than they did, and add it up.
I'm a random parent, and I'm just like, on the website, aesd.org. Oh, board members. Oh, salaries. Oh, Philbeck makes $10 million and Alvarez makes 5. It creates an illusion.
It creates an illusion.
That's false. That's what you're saying.
And it is not fair, and I would object to that strongly if I was put on a website singularly and no one else's benefits and everybody's receiving them. Julie, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if you do or not. But
would you feel better if we put on the thing waived?
No, I think that transparency is to say that, yes, I get my benefits, but everybody else gets them too. And this is or just put a thing on there that says, if you want to see what board members' benefits are and compensation, here is where you find the website.
You would be okay with it if you made it fair. Like, for example, under my compensation, it would say monthly stipend from AESD X, monthly health benefits paid out of a UHSD X.
Yes, as long as everybody's health benefits
Because then
are
it's showing
reported.
how much public funding we're getting from every public entity.
Exactly. It's public funding, and we're all in a school district. And it's just because, you know, I feel singled out that mine would be coming from showing on this one and everybody else's would not be transparent. That is the exact opposite of transparency, to say that, you know, not disclose what everybody is getting as board members, regardless it's from the public educational system, where you're getting it from, that these are the benefits you're getting, just like I am. So I just think that that was fair.
Okay.
And I don't think, honestly, I don't think it needs to be on there at all. I mean, unless if you want to put, hey, if you want to see what everybody, their salaries, their, you know, and whatever, here is, you know, why couldn't we just look up this website?
I mean, it's already not a secret.
But also, and I did ask around several places to designate, it doesn't matter if I'm receiving board benefits as a board member, and you're receiving them as an employee.
Yeah.
It's still the same. We're still swimming in the same pool. And it just, I just think that this is anything but transparent, and I would object to this.
Well, if you're worried about or not transparency, but discrimination on this, I've got great news for you, because the next item, when we discuss that, we'll make sure it's equal. So if that helps your
Well, I'm just
consternation on it.
focusing on this one right
Okay.
now. I'm just focusing on this item that I do not want people to look up there and say, how come you, even though, let's also clarify, we get benefits because we're legally entitled to accept them, because school board members do not get a salary. We get a stipend. And the stipend is, I can tell you, my check was, after 11 years, is $424 a month. So, which most of goes back into schools and things. So I think that what's fair is that we all get equally, but when you start branching off into, you know, we're gonna talk about her benefits, but we're not gonna talk about his, and we're all getting them through this public school agency, to me, that does not portray the correct picture of what the situation is.
Okay,
So-
are we ready for a vote?
Yeah, I think that's something to tell Anaheim Union or any other employer. They should do the same thing, I think, in terms of transparency, but.
But then
And
again,
I
people
don't
might
think-
not look there.
And I don't think that, I haven't had anyone really give me any issues about, well, how much do you make here at the district? Or I don't know if you've ever had that conversation.
No one's ever
I
talked to me
don't
about
think
it.
really even comes
No.
up a whole lot, and I wouldn't shy away from if it did.
It's just the image that would be sitting there. I mean, it could look like in 11 years that I got $100,000 because you're including benefits, and you guys got $5,000. I mean, there's
I had requested a
big-
breakdown. I think that's what the item was, if I'm not mistaken. I had requested the columns for stipend, so it's not just a whole lump sum of just total compensation.
And retirement.
But my point
Right,
is
it
that
should
your
be all
benefits would not be showing,
breakdown.
and mine
Okay.
would. It's
All
as
right,
simple as
let's-
that, and I'm not comfortable
Let's
with
go ahead
it.
and vote. Okay, let's do a roll call again. Trustee Yip,
No.
Morales,
Full transparency, yes.
Lopez,
Yes.
Philbeck.
No, and I am for full transparency. Ask me, look up the thing, you can find out whatever
I'm
you
also
want.
a no. Motion fails. Okay, let's move on to the next item. It's recommended the Board of Education approve discontinuing the provision of health insurance benefits for board members, effective with the 2026 open enrollment period.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Lopez, second Morales. Discussion?
Yes, I would like to have my colleagues' unanimous support on this item, because I think as we're looking forward to our upcoming budget cycle, our future budget cycles, this is something where we may be needing to make reductions. I think we should get ahead of this early. I know we've had issues where, whether it's the LA fires impacting the state budget, whether it's the new federal administration that's going to be dismantling the Department of Education. I think we need to start making some reductions, and if we're going to make reductions, we need to make them as far away from the classroom as we possibly can. And this dais here, just to have a little perspective, is as far from the classroom as you could possibly get. And so I think that our students who are here this evening and all the students in our classrooms during the day, they're not going to remember us. They're not going to remember our names when they promote out of 6th grade. What they are going to remember is their teachers' names. They're going to remember their custodians, their bus drivers, their secretaries, all of the staff that they talk to and interact with on a daily basis. That's where we need to preserve the funding. And if we can remove this, which I believe is from the general fund, and just put that back into the classroom and into the schools, I think that that would be beneficial for everyone. Thank you.
I would say that as far as those serving on the board, it's a job. And it's something that those of us who are serving, we should have the option to be covered and make sure that I recognize that a lot of people who do serve are retired and they do rely on this benefit. So I think this might prevent future candidates from serving on the board. So I think that I don't think it would be a benefit, because I think from what you said, Mark, I believe what we do on the dais do directly impact students and the lives of our teachers and the staff. So I would differ on you on that, because I think what we do is very important, and our health and our physical health is just as important, so we can carry on and do our job here.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that we need to be fiscally responsible, but the honest truth, let's not create a false narrative here. Most of us on this board do not take insurance coverage from AESD. So this is specifically targeting, I think, one board member who does get coverage, who would no longer get coverage. So I have a problem with that, because if, for example, all of us were taking some kind of compensation and all of us were uniting together to say, no, give it back, I would be all for that. But not in this instance, when it's only going to affect one individual. I think that's not right.
Well, that's the case currently.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps, maybe, right? And maybe it has been historically, but that's not going to be the case all the time. So we're talking about this point in time today, but I think that the consensus is we're not all going to be here forever.
Okay.
Right? So that could
Yeah,
change.
I was just getting the feeling that you were trying to make a point that all of us would save everybody money because we're covered, but we're not all covered. We're not all accepting the insurance.
May I?
Yeah.
Okay, since this does, I felt very targeted with this because, yes, I do get my benefits here. But again, here is Bylaws of the Board, BB 9250A. Board members may participate in the Health and Welfare Benefits Program provided for district employees. There is no distinction between me as a board member and an employee when it comes to benefits. Like I said, we're all swimming in that same pool. And the reason I think this is actually detrimental is I don't think people should be denied health benefits, especially when, they might not have 2 or 3 opportunities that they can pull benefits from. This might be the only one. And I think it's very dangerous to go, I think I asked you how many boards in Orange County offer benefits, correct? Does anybody have that information? That actually offer benefits to their board members or to their employees?
I believe the majority of districts in Orange County have it as a board policy.
That we have a policy also that board
bylaw.
members, a bylaw. So I couldn't find one that didn't. Now, I didn't poll charter schools and things, but I could not. So this is standard practice, and we are entitled legally to accept them. Again, I don't want to go over it too much, but we do work hard, and I would say I put in pretty close to full-time hours. If you know me, the comment I get most is, Ms. Philbeck, you're everywhere. We see you. I work close to full-time doing this, and basically it's none of us are doing it to get rich. We're doing it to serve. And I think that Julie is right, Trustee Yip, that this could deter people, because what if you wanted to run for a school board, or what if in the future you are elected and you're a single mom with kids, or you got laid off, or you don't have a job, or you are going through a divorce, whatever, you're entitled, if you're going to serve this district, to have what the employees have, because that's what I was told. We're lumped in to the general fund with the employees. So I think this is, yes, I did feel that should this have passed, I would have been the only one it affected if in fact it did affect anyone. But I'm looking to the future, that it is just not right to want people to come and serve this district and say all the hundreds and thousands of employees can have benefits, but it's going to make a difference if 1 or 2 board members have them, when you get it from other places. Nobody should be denied the insurance, and don't you want board members to stay healthy? And we went through a pandemic. I mean, my gosh. So I am greatly opposed to this, and I think it's a very bad policy, and I think it's not equitable, because there would still, even in a few years, there would be people on this board that might have benefits, and then there's people that's working just as hard that don't. So I agree with Trustee Yip on that, and you. So let's vote.
Okay,
Yes.
are we ready for a vote? Okay, let's go roll call again. Trustee Yip,
No.
Morales,
Yes.
Lopez,
Yes.
Philbeck.
No.
I'm a no, so motion fails.
And after the fact, you can always opt out. I forgot to mention that. If you don't want them, you can always opt out. And I believe James Vanderbilt did years ago. Just opted out, so.
Thank you. All right, moving on to board discussion, board member activities related to school business. Let's start with Trustee Yip.
Well, once again, just want to say thank you to Lifestyle Cycle for all you guys do in the community. Definitely, it's an eye-opening experience to be a first event that I was able to attend as a new school board member. And I just want to also say thank you to the Lincoln Elementary Drum Line for participating in the Westminster Tet Parade. A special thanks to Jesse and Ms. Casterhone for making it happen. I know it was a last-minute ask on my part, but it was very important for me to highlight and celebrate the Lunar New Year, but also the 50th anniversary of the Fall of Saigon, which is the contribution of Vietnamese Americans as Americans. So I just want to say thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the families, the parents, the students who came out to celebrate and show that there is this great diversity in our community. I was also able to come on another float for OC Autism, and I am honored to be here to also represent the voices of our disability community and make sure that all of our children, regardless of their abilities to communicate and to perform even, that they are seen, heard, and recognized. So thank you for all that that you do in the community. And just want to say thank you for Disney for the support of the instruments. And what I really love about the music program at AESD is that it's not just about music, it's about celebration of our culture and our heritage. So that means a lot to me.
Thank you. Trustee Morales?
All right. So this last month has been super busy for me with work, so haven't been really at a lot of events. I have, however, had the power of the pocketbook and have joined 5 more PTAs, Barton, Revere, Madison, Henry, and Luera, bringing my total now to 15, slowly but surely chipping away at that. So I do appreciate the emails I receive from them once I join, letting me know about different other meetings and whatnot. I'm like, I have too many meetings as it is. So whatever way we can support our schools, I'm all for it. So I also would like to just give a shout out to Superintendent Chavarria. Just, you know, I've heard from a couple principals in our district about the literacy challenge you've put forward. And as much as I love APA and all that stuff, that's great. But it's great to finally, you know, see somebody actually focusing on literacy and things of getting our kids to read and increasing. Can you let us know what was that challenge you put out to our principals?
Yeah, so we do our STAR assessments, and the goal, each assessment time is for our schools to grow about 5%. And so in December, we had schools where students were, you know, as an overall school, they were maybe at 50%, 55%, 45%. And we said, you know, as a school, right, based on your literacy plans, based on what you're working on with your teachers, do you believe you can work with your teachers if we offer you support, right, to grow your scores by 10%? Meaning not necessarily if you're at 50%, you go to 55%, but meaning you go to 60%. And I asked, I don't want you to put your hand up unless you know that you can work with your team, your schools, and that you know that your teachers will be with you and that you will find a way to support them to make it happen. 7 hands went up. So 7 principals said we can do it, and they revised their literacy plan. They turned them in to me last Friday. we're analyzing those plans in terms of what support we can provide them, what they asked they needed. And so it's not hiring more people, it's looking at our district resources and how we kind of find a way to support them. But everyone else is still expected to grow the 5% that we have said we're going to grow every assessment. And so they also review and revise their literacy plans as well.
That's excellent. And, you know, the 7 hands that went up and whatnot, I mean, 10% is a lot. Like that is a lot. That's an intense challenge. But I applaud those principals that put their hands up. I'm excited to hear about the results. I'm happy to hear that we're utilizing the resources that we currently have and just kind of pivoting and kind of fixing it up so that we're going to achieve that objective. And, you know, I'm excited for those 7 principals, and I hope that in the future, we'll have 16 more hands joining them on a 10% increase.
And board member Relas, if I can add, without me saying anything, actually all 7 created their own kind of little group right away. And they kind of already started working together to support each other and how they can make it happen.
That's awesome. That is really great stuff. Once again, depending upon the expertise of your colleagues is great. I would also like to just give a shout out to the public speakers tonight. All of them were great. However, I do just want to make sure that I highlight the students. Anytime we get students coming up and speaking and having a presence and letting their voice be heard, I absolutely love it. And earlier today, I had to, on my en route to the restroom, I would have to basically see that young man who came from Lincoln and is now a sophomore over at Savannah High School, and just sing him praises about just how proud we are and what a great job he did, as well as the other students from Lincoln Elementary School. It's great to see them out there and having a presence and advocating for what they believe is right, you know. And then just 2 informational items I just want to put out there. Of course, I always want everybody to have April 5th marked down for STEAMapalooza in AUHSD. It's one of my favorite events. It is going back at Magnolia High School this year, so that's going to be awesome. It's definitely a smaller setting and not as spread out as Loera, but it should be good. It's a great high-energy event. Our students and AUHSD love it because they're the ones that are pretty much running a lot of it. So it's cool to see the interactions. And speaking of STEAMapalooza, I would like to just give a plug, and I swear TGR isn't hiring me or anything, but I want to give a shout out to the TGR Learning Lab because on March 8th, on Saturday, they're hosting an event, the STEAM Carnival. And it basically, they're joining forces with an organization called the 2-Bit Circus, and they're going to be doing lots of hands-on activities. They're going to have the esports industry career panel there, which I was like, dude, we should send our kids there because they can hear about their future careers. Hands-on STEAM activities. Lunch is going to be provided. It is totally free. All they have to do is register. I'm sure Yadira and team, you have received this email as well, but if not, I will forward it to you. But I would love for our families to take advantage of this opportunity. Last time I went to TGR for a workshop on a Saturday, I only saw one other teacher from Anaheim Elementary there, from Price, and that was awesome. But we definitely need to make sure it's in our backyard. We need to make sure we have more and more of our students attending these hands-on activities along with their families and just really capitalizing on the things that they learn with us and just taking it outside to other arenas. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, President Alvarez. A few items for me since our last meeting. January 30th, I was able to attend our AES Family Night at Ponderosa. Wasn't a huge turnout due to weather. There was some, issues with that, but we did have some great crafts that were there, entertainment. We had our high school district also joined with some of their programs, DLI, that was there as well. So great turnout in terms of that aspect of it because it was outside for a little bit. I think that might have deterred a few folks, but there also was the entertainment indoors, which was great. Trustee Philbeck was there as well. February 1st, I attended our 45th annual OC Black History Parade and Unity Festival. Again, good turnout. Proud of all of our scholars who made it. They got up, were practicing their instruments, getting that whole baby shark stuck in my mind for the entire day. Every year, that's my annual reminder for it. I was able to stop here just briefly for our lead program. I didn't really have much of a chance to interact with many of the candidates just because they were really in the zone, studying here, reading a couple of chapters of a book, so I didn't want to interrupt anybody. But I did want to stop by and just as a moral support to kind of encourage them while they were here. So where else would you rather be on a Saturday for 7 hours reading and interacting with your colleagues? And then February 6th, I didn't get a chance to attend the TET Festival in Westminster, but I did make it to our Anaheim Lunar New Year celebration at Roosevelt, which was hilarious. We had a dragon dance. The kids loved it. I think my favorite part was they were chasing around the dragon around the entire NPR, trying to touch it, trying to pet it, and getting just some kind of candy or something from the dragon, which was hilarious, as I said. And then February 10th, I had an opportunity to join our superintendent, Chavarria, at St. Boniface for a meeting which included probably about 100 parents and I think community stakeholders who were there just to hear what our district is doing to support our immigrant and undocumented families who are really facing a lot of anxiety right now. And it's really a challenging time. But I think communication is really probably the best thing we can do right now, and just letting our community know what we're doing to support in the ways that we can, in whatever capacity that we can. So I did appreciate having some of our staff who was there working into the evening, supporting the families. Only thing I did want to caution is, I think there was a picture of it up here. I just want to have some sensitivity to some of our families in terms of any pictures that display any faces of our parents who may not necessarily be comfortable with that, and at least if there's some kind of disclaimer at the door that they're aware of that, or just like we do with when we have visitors to our classrooms, getting just the back of students' heads type of pictures. I just wanted to be transparent with that with our parents as well. I also had an opportunity, because this kind of relates to board business. I was, and it came up at the last board meeting, I did have a chance to speak with the Chancellor of North Orange County Community College District regarding the Anaheim Pledge, and he reassured me there was actually no formal agenda item that district took on the pledge. There's no resolution. There was a comment or a question about it being possibly a contract. It seems like it's a very informal situation. So I did forward that email to our superintendent, Chavarria. I would just request that you forward it to our full board and to any other member of the public who requests that email. And then other than that, I just want to say happy belated National School Counselor Week. So hope it was a great week for everybody. Thank you, and that will conclude my remarks.
Thank you. Board Clerk Philbeck.
Okay, I did attend the NAM Day of Service at Westmont, and I think that was my 10th or 11th. I don't know how, we've been doing it a long time, and haven't missed one, so, and I love it. It's one of my favorite days. The kids performed and just got to go around to the different rooms and watch the instruction that the kids were learning, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful day. And I want to just say thank you to NAM for it was 10,000, wasn't it, that they presented us with, and for being partners with us for all these years, and really, really being a big part of helping us build the music program in this district. I want to recognize our other partners too. I won't name them all, but they are there, and we've all done it together. And so it's, but I do appreciate that service day that NAM comes out, and the kids sure have a lot of fun too. I attended some parent awards for the Fresno State courses with Mr. Chavarria. And these parents, is that through PLI? That's through PLI. Yeah, they are amazing, because I don't know how they do it. These courses run 3-4 weeks, I think, don't they? Dr. Marino, you would know about 4 weeks or, 8 weeks? 8 weeks, and it's a couple nights a week, right? And I mean, I'm busy, but I want to do some of those, and I can't even find the time to do it. And these moms and dads, they have kids, in school and activities and sports, and they're working, and some of them mastered 3 or 4 of the programming. It was absolutely amazing. So congratulations to all of them. Okay, there was 2 Roosevelt Lunar New Years. That's what I was trying to ask Mr. Lopez. He went to one, but I know I went to 2. One was during the day, and it was more the student-oriented. And so but both were great because I got to see those little ones up on that stage, and you just can't stand the cuteness. It is so cute. And they're in their outfits, and boy, they know how to perform, and they just really get it. And from even a couple of years ago when we saw this shy little group, one girl crying, and now they're just up there, and it's like, yeah, we got this. And I think one of the songs or one of the poems or whatever they read was they had to learn 70 words in Mandarin. So that was a lot of fun. And then, of course, the second Lunar New Year was the one that Mr. Lopez went to, that I also went to, more of a family night kind of. And I was thrilled because I got to see the little ones. And yes, they were going after that dragon. We thought they were going to hit the parking lot, So Magali and a few others were trying to head him off. But it was really just well done, both of them, and they were great. Let's see, the AESD family night at Ponderosa. Yes, it was fantastic. The weather was a little cold, and we didn't have as big a crowd as usual, but that was okay because I enjoyed it, and everybody that was there enjoyed it, and there was still a lot to do. And then we went into the gymnasium for the assembly, and was it Conga Kids, actually, the group, but it was the adults, the big kids, that did a whole presentation, and it was dance through like the ages, and it started with from Africa, and then I think there was Roaring 20 or jazz, something like that. Okay, I just about lost it when they hit disco. So yes, I admit that was just like, are you kidding me? There's going to be disco, and that took me back. So Saturday Night Fever. It was just like really great, and they were fantastic singers and dancers, entirely entertaining. So I wanted to be part of their group. I wanted them to say, hey, would you like to join us and tour the world or whatever they do? They were just so fun. So I want to thank them for that. Other PLI meetings, PTA meetings, always love those. The Tet Parade in Westminster. And I have to say, I had done it like many, many, many years ago, and it might have even been, I don't think it was with our district, it might have been when I was with the State Assembly. But, so it'd been a while, and Trustee Yip, that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that day. And we walked the parade circuit. She actually walked it first with your group. What was your group? I'm sorry? OC Autism. And then the lady comes all the way back, because we were towards the end, and walks it again with our kids and carries a banner. And it was fantastic. The kids loved it. We had the drum line from Lincoln and the cheerleaders, and they were just great. And there were the snakes and the dragons and the most gorgeous, beautiful, traditional dress, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. So that was a lot of fun. Today, I attended a city council meeting. I'll just mention it because a lot of our kids were there. It was the Creative Writing Award recognitions, and Superintendent Chavarria was there also. And it was really great to see those kids that had won through our creative writing contest be recognized by the council. Teacher of the Year surprises. This morning, I'm allowed to say, okay. So Mrs. Lee from Loera, TK, and Laura Hastings, 6th grade from Orange Grove. Congratulations. They will be moving on to represent us at the county level. And we're just really proud of them, honored that they work with us and choose us. And I wish them both the best of luck. And then just congrats to, gotta put my glasses on, can't read my writing, Julie Rojo and Tara Robinson for being those top teachers in the Parenting OC magazine. So I think that pretty much, you'll all be glad that ends my report.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to January 25th. I was actually able to go to the NAM show. I went one evening, I think it was Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday, but it was not fully set up yet, so I had Jesse just pick me up. But they were still kind of setting up the trade show, so I ended up looking at the calendar and I saw there were some educationally related items for Saturday. So I went on the 25th. I tried to join the Rally for Education, and I got there too late. I was 10 minutes early, and I went into the line. The event was in a ballroom in the second floor of the Hilton. The line was on the bottom floor, wrapped around the escalator. They were pulsing the escalator to go up. After like 20 minutes and that, then there was a queue of 1,000 people, literally spiraling through the floor. So needless to say, I was able to watch the mariachi perform from the hallway in the screen. And then at one point they said it's maxed out. So I was like, okay, well, so I just waited around and I was able to catch a session though called Building Bridges, Building Creative, Cohesive, Thriving Music Feeder Program. So I thought it might be interesting to see what perspectives the instructors had on like connecting with the feeders. I was mostly interested in how we can connect with the high school districts, right? So we can figure out how we can take our amazing music here and start transferring up that way. But it ended up being a session where it was band directors that worked in the same district, and it was a K-12 district in, I think, Arizona. So they were just talking about how to build cohesion within your own district. So it was kind of like, it won't work. But it was still pretty interesting. I saw some of our own music teachers there, which is great to see, right? Our educators are going for professional development, and it's always great to run into them. So that was NAM. And then on January 30th, I attended the ELOP Family Night. I was able to catch the show by Congo Kids on the Black History Month kickoff and the contributions of African Americans through dance and music. And it was just so much fun, right? The epitome of culturally relevant pedagogy, like right in front of us, right? And in action. So I'm just super proud of our team that continues to find opportunities for our families to engage in not just our own, but in other people's cultures and enjoy and have fun and be entertained and feel like you're part of something, right? And Ms. Philbeck was dancing a lot. We joined in, but we're not as good as dancers as Jackie. But anyway, it was just really a fun evening for parents to connect with their kids and just dance around and listen to really amazing singers. They were so good at singing and dancing. And then on February 1st, I attended the 45th Annual OC Black History Parade here in Anaheim. It was really great to go. I enjoy seeing our families along the parade route. There's always people we know, and so it's kind of good to get out there. I had a buddy come with me. My son Reese came with me, and he usually is opposed to going to things like that. But he came, and we had a lot of fun on the golf cart. It was kind of cool. He was just like sitting there. He doesn't like to wave at people. But it was a good opportunity just to hang out on a Saturday with our own staff. I just want to say thank you to all the staff that participates in these events, right? It's a Saturday, it's super long, you're in a parade, you're hot, you're walking a lot, you're carrying supplies, you're making sure the kids are getting snacks and water, the parents are taken care of and stuff like that, right? So it's beyond our day, and it doesn't go unnoticed, right? A lot of our employees go beyond their day to make sure that they're doing right by our families and making sure they're connecting to our families. So I just want to say thank you for everyone that was involved in both the Black History Parade and the TED Parade, because we were split in half and everyone was working, right? So thank you. Other than that, I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to everybody for Friday. And if you don't have a Valentine, happy Galentine's Day. If you're a man and you're not a galentine, then have a great day. Go out with your friends. But yeah, so just have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. All right, that's the end of my report. Okay, let's move on to future agenda items. Anybody have any future agenda items to add to the agenda next month? Okay, with that being said, let's go ahead and...
Actually, I do have a couple agenda items. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Alvarez. Yes, and again, just to echo my comments earlier, I heard my colleagues loud and clear, and my goal, in which I agree with my colleagues, is to make sure that our district is the most transparent, ethical, accountable, cost-efficient district you've ever seen. So in that spirit, I would like to, got a few of them here. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. If staff needs any clarification, please let me know. I would like a district kitchen update at our next meeting, including the $150 million in the governor's budget. I also would like to check on the feasibility when this item comes up on having exploration of a 6th grade elective home economics course that we might be able to implement as part of this, what that would look like. I think that's a great opportunity to dovetail into our esteemed program we have with the science, math, also with the arts, I would argue, just because of presentation of cooking and baking food. I would also like to look at a parent component for that as well, because we're busing parents to LA, to different colleges and universities and things, so I don't see why we couldn't bus them to our district kitchen as well, so they could learn how to prepare healthy meals with local ingredients. So I would like to have that, and also would tie into our literacy as well, because you have to read the recipes, you have to know how to prepare. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with some of my families as well, to look for that on the next agenda. I would also like an item on the process for how our PTA and other parent involvement elections occur, what that process looks like, if there'd be a presentation on that, just to ensure that parents feel that they can be involved and maybe they don't know how to do this process, and just to ensure that equitable access across the district. We do have parents that are presenting here every meeting nearly, and I'm not sure necessarily how the whole process works. So just to get a better grasp on that. Also include just, is there a maximum number of committees that parents serve on? Also in the Friday memo, I would like a roster of how many committees we have in the district and the membership of each of those committees. Third item I would like is a presentation on the Know Your Rights campaign that we have. Of course, we did have our resolution last month, but it's a very symbolic measure. I think we need to really start a campaign to back that up with some information and communication to our families. That's a good first step, but I do want to know what resources have we provided for our parents? What workshops have been already occurred? How many red cards have we sent home? I know we sent some home with each of our students. I'd also like to know if ICE has visited any of our campuses yet, because we want to dispel any rumors because sometimes that happens, that they're on the corner, they're on this street or that street. If there's been any actual interaction, what our staff is instructed to do, because I know a lot of parents are attending these workshops. It's in high demand, but I think it would be nice to have it just in a nice concentrated place here on our board agenda. Also, how is our relationship with the county sheriff's department? Because I understand the policies that they're supposed to inform, ICE is supposed to inform the Orange County Sheriff's Department when they're operating within the county, and making sure that we're in communication with the sheriff's department to know if they're operating within the Anaheim Elementary boundary would be helpful to know. Also, I had a request regarding public comment. I would like to have a public comment policy, whatever our policy is, posted at the meeting agenda materials table outside, and then maybe a poster that's somewhere visible here in the room, so that any public speakers know what the expectation is. They know if they what time they have to submit a card by, whether they're legally required to submit a card, what information is required to be included on the speaker card, what their time limit is. And if the comment is not in English, that they're allocated double the time, and then any other frequently asked questions that might come up as part of that policy. Also, I would like a public comment email to be included on the agenda. And the reason for that is we used to have a public comment during COVID. It was discontinued. However, a lot of our parents are unable to attend the meetings, perhaps because they have childcare concerns, issues that come up. They have to work a second job. Also, my email is my first and last name, common name problem, whereas most of our email addresses are the first initial last name. So I don't get a lot of emails because that is just the format for the emails, and I don't receive them. So if there's a public comment email, they could just submit, and that could be distributed to all of the board through the superintendent. That would be helpful. And then also, this is the fifth item, for a board policy I would like to have is our reimbursement policy. I had brought this up before, and I do appreciate the feedback that there's a minimum of 2 weeks for reimbursement, but I'm wondering if there's a maximum turnaround for reimbursement, because it could be weeks, months that it could go on, and I would like at least, if it goes on for, say, 6 weeks, that we have the superintendent or a designee that will either process that reimbursement or provide a reason as to why it has not been processed and has been distributed to the employee after it's been submitted. And then I also like in our next memo to have a copy of our district anti-retaliation policies as well. And I think that's it for now. Oh, one other thing in terms of our board memo, I would also like to have a review of our future agenda items policy. This is in the context of our August 29th special board meeting. From timestamp 1 hour 15 minutes to 1 hour and 24 minutes, there was a discussion that we had on that. So I just want to make sure, just a refresher for myself, that we have what that policy looks like, and for all of our new board colleagues as well, it might be helpful. And then what the action would be in terms of any delays in the process of agendizing at the next meeting, how that would be communicated. And then if there's any clarification, I'll be happy to answer that. I'll save the rest of these for the next meeting. But is there any reason why they wouldn't be able to be on the March 12th meeting, all of these items I just listed?
Some of these items, I think it's just it's information that we can provide through the Friday board memo. I do have a clarification, if I can ask. The first one says a district update on the kitchen. This would mean that the board has already given us direction to move to have our own food services, because otherwise why would we be looking at a kitchen? I don't think we have gotten that direction. We presented to you just information on, you know, what would it entail if we had our own food services, but we have not yet received direction from the board as a board majority to, you know, further explore that, because we couldn't provide you an update on a kitchen unless you just want information of how much a kitchen costs, you know, like those fundings you said. Just an informational item that we can present at the board.
Yeah, an informational item is fine, but I want to make sure we agendize something to get the process rolling, because we have, I think it's 3 more years on our, 3 more one-year options on this kitchen. So it's going to be here before you know it. And I would like to get started on that process. So I do want to push that forward, advocate for that. So I don't know if it makes it more convenient and it's easier for staff for me just to agendize, let's put that on the agenda, that we move forward with it. And then that would probably just
you made a discussion about possibly moving forward.
Right.
So the item would be more
action
item in terms of the district moving forward to provide their own food services.
Yes.
And then if the board were to approve that, then yes, we can explore what that kitchen would look like. And we could explore what other programs could be attached if that was the case, right?
Yes, thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Would that have to basically be like whatever it is that you're going to be providing, would that have to go to the bond oversight committee first, considering they're the ones that give the okay?
If we're talking using bond funds to construct the kitchen,
Correct.
yes, because it's not currently part of the facilities master plan.
Okay.
And so that would be something that also would have to be discussed with the COC to see if they're in agreement with, you know, the district using those funds for that purpose.
I think I would need another informational session on possible funding sources for a possible kitchen, not just like, let's decide if we're doing it, because I don't think we have enough information to make that decision by next month. So if we could look into what are some ways to fund this project and reiterate more in depth, more of the cost, because I know we got like a rough estimate, and how would each of those funding sources affect the general fund? How would each of those sources affect other things that have our operational costs?
I think if you would prefer, I believe the new approved dates, we did include some board study session dates. Let me look at that schedule, and if one of those fits, maybe we have that meeting, and it's just basically a board study session on the possibility of us moving forward to provide one food. And that's where we can bring all of that information,
I think that would be helpful.
you know, all those different things, and can have an open discussion in terms of what that would entail.
Yep, that's fine. I just don't want the spotlight away from this item. I would like to kind of keep it on the front burner.
Just don't want it to drop, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right.
Yeah, no items, but just to clarification, that's what I was going to say. There's been no action taken on a kitchen, so we can't really, and I was I'm trying to figure out too, if all of this stuff that you're saying is, because it's a future agenda section, do you want, it didn't sound like everything that you said was for the agenda, I'm
Yeah,
getting a little
so
confused.
Jesse will read through the
So
items.
some things you just
Yeah.
want to come on the close,
Well, a couple of them I said it could just be on the.
on the
memo.
board memo,
Yeah.
and then the others you actually do want
Yes.
to be on an
It
agenda.
just depends
Okay.
on the item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
all
And
right.
otherwise, I have
Yeah,
nothing
that
else.
being said, let's adjourn the meeting at 9:50. Yeah. Oh, for our 10 o'clock limit. Have to approve it, yeah.